debate, uncut and after show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button to keep up to date with the Flat Earth debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon and crypto link in the info box below the video. Speaking of patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout out of thanks and appreciation to Flat Earth Sage, Goldie McKiernan, Phoenix Rising 86, Retro Bill, More Books, Cannabear, Michael Kahn, Rob H, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Will Brax, Troy Shuker, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Neo the One, Rob W, Open Minded, Reese Pound, Del West Watson, Maria Neelands, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, The Real Gabster, Liam Nedrick Jr., Abraham Mohammed, Adrian Quintana, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, and David Wayne Foster. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
What's up, John?
Looks like he's got technical
Not much.
issues.
How you doing?
Hello, how's it going?
I'm here. How y'all?
Yeah, doing well.
I'll be right back.
Okie dokie.
Nathan, can you hear that?
Hear what?
My car?
I can hear a sound of an engine. I thought it was a car driving past. Why?
Is that one? I just want to know if it's too loud for the show.
Oh, right. Well, I mean, it's fine, Neil. If we'll just have to deal with by the looks of things. Can I get a hello from Discord?
Hi, good
Hey,
afternoon.
Nathan.
Hello. Was that Stephen Jorge?
Hello, good afternoon.
Hello. Good to have you.
Said howdy. Yeah, but my connection's garbage, I think.
It's garbage.
Hey, Neil, what sound does a flat tire make?
It doesn't make it sound, does it? You mean when it goes flat?
Yeah, a flat definitely makes a sound.
Fixed it.
Sound of the rim
Neil.
destroying your expensive rubber. That's the sound of a flat tire.
It's supposed to be a joke, but Neil didn't get it.
I know he didn't get it. The timing was he didn't get it, but he didn't need to because he opened his mic at the right moment.
Fallacies, fallacies, fallacies. So much is fallacies.
They never quit.
Are we going to do that today again?
Maybe.
Bro, there's so many to go over and debate that you could do probably a month or more worth of shows.
Yeah, I Googled it. That's what, there's all kinds of information on fallacies. 30, they have 30 labeled on Google.
I think
About the
argument
fallacy,
from
fallacy.
silence is one of the biggest ones I hear over and over and over and over again.
Okay, take us through the argument from silence. What's an argument from silence?
As far as I comprehend it, an argument from silence is where I've made no claims and they just start going with their rhetoric, and then they make it like they've done something, but there's no debate. There isn't one.
Not really. That's not an argument from
just
silence fallacy.
I thought it was information. There's no information.
So, an argument from silence is based on a lack of evidence to disprove your statements.
That's what I meant. I was there mentally, but I couldn't word it. Put it into words.
Well, are they asserting because you're not wasting your time responding to their delusion that their delusion is true? Is that what they're saying?
No, it means that, let's say for the sake of argument, that I'm proposing that the gas lamp in Narnia uses kerosene. And I explicitly state that it doesn't mention anywhere in the book that it doesn't use kerosene. Therefore, it uses kerosene. That would be an argument from silence. There's no evidence to show it didn't use kerosene, therefore it did. There's nobody saying it didn't use kerosene, therefore it did. Can you show me any documentation that shows it didn't use kerosene? You're telling me that nowhere in the narrative it says that it doesn't? Well, therefore it does.
That sounds a lot like testing your null.
No, it's just saying that because there's a lack of documentation to state otherwise, or there is a lack of information to prove or disprove your point. In my case, there's no information in the books to say that it didn't use kerosene. Would be my argument, but that's an argument from silence.
What about if what would a baller? How would a baller use that? I'm sure they have.
Yeah, if they said that there's nobody out there stating that there isn't a molten iron core, there's no evidence that disproves it.
I got it. I was there. Not 100%, but I was there. Now I understand.
Good morning.
Morning.
I just caught the last end of that, but don't you need R in the first place to assume a globe, then assume the globe has a molten iron core?
Yeah.
Okay, so what was the first part of this that I missed?
We're just talking about what an argument from silence is.
Oh, no wonder I missed it. It was quiet.
You know, one of the funny things is like they keep on asking for quote on this elevation angle argument. They keep on asking like, there's no book that says it's a flat plane. And then you'll show them citations where it explicitly says it's a flat plane. And then they just ignore it.
Right. So they've started off that with an argument from silence. You won't find any publications that say it's a flat Earth. That's an argument from silence. Or you could spin it into the Gem Panda, couldn't you? How can it be an argument from silence when lots of people are making noise?
Why do they have a tangent plane on a sphere at all? But why can't they just use the sphere and get all navigation to work off a curved surface? Why do they have to put a tangent plane? It's a good question to ask.
Well, they have to use a plane. They have to use a plane, and calling it a tangent plane means there's some loose association with a single point on that flat area that you're going to be navigating connected to a ball below. Why can't they do it on a sphere surface? Well, because it doesn't function. You can't acquire an elevation angle from a curved surface. So that's why they have to do it flat. They've got no choice.
Right. So to John's last statement, they need to start off flat before they make it a ball, like John needed to start off flat before he made his kitchen into a ball. And then they say, well, look, the books all show pictures of a circle, but in their case, a sphere. And so how can you cite a book that's telling you how to navigate a globe as any proof against us? I go, well, you're using a tangent plane, you're using a flat surface, and then you could put anything under it, a triangle, a hexagon, whatever you want.
Well, that wasn't my point. My point was they're trying to make an argument from silence fallacy, but they're explicitly stating they're using a plane in those books.
Yeah, they have to. And they even state that all of the angle measurements originate once you cut the ball into two hemispheres and use the flat disc, the center, the great circle on the horizontal basis, not the great circle in the vertical sense, but once you cut that circle, or in this case, what they say is a ball, in half, you have a great circle that's a disc. And that's where all the angles are measured from. So even within the ball, you never measure from the surface. It's always has to be cut in half and used as a disc. But if you're on the surface, what do you cut in half? You got nothing cut in half. So you got to put a tangent plane. And then you have a corresponding angle because you assume it's being done from the center once it's cut in half, which is all in your imagination because it's not happening there. So all you do is move it up.
Well, yeah, no, I'm just saying that their construction of their fallacy is horrible, especially when Nathan can cite what an elevation angle is. Like, how many citations do you have now, Nathan?
About 10.
Yeah, you ought to list
All
that.
those use the flat Earth.
You ought to list that in Master B.
You want me to post it in Master B?
Yeah, like I do. Whenever I find stuff, I post it. So
Not really finding stuff. I've just collected them from various sites. They have got the hyperlinks to all the sites.
yeah, perfect. It's good to have because if you're like me, you make a file and you stick whatever someone puts in that file for use later.
Okay, it's in Master B.
Cool.
You want me to read them?
Yeah, say that again. I'm sorry.
Did you want me to read them?
If you like, yeah.
Quote, the altitude angle, open brackets, sometimes referred to as the, quote, solar elevation angle, end quote, close brackets, describes how the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on, end quote, sustainable by design, altitude angle. Next. The elevation angle, open brackets, used interchangeably with altitude angle, close brackets, is the angular height of the sun in the sky measured from the horizontal. End quote. That's elevation angle from PV Education. Next. Measurement of elevation angle. Quote. Elevation angle is the angle between the horizontal plane and the line of sight, measured in the vertical plane. The reference direction, open brackets, i.e. an elevation angle of 0 degrees, close brackets, is a horizontal line in the direction of the horizon, end quote. That's elevation angle from Regitorial. I hope I've said that right. Next. The solar zenith angle is the angle between the sun's rays and the vertical direction. It is closely related to the solar altitude angle, which is the angle between the sun's rays and the horizontal plane. since these two angles are complementary. The cosine of either one of them equals the sine of the other. End quote. Next. Angle of elevation. Quote. The angle of elevation is the angle between the horizontal line and the line of sight which is above the horizontal line. It is formed when an observer looks upwards. Suppose you are standing on the terrace of a building and looking upwards at the sky or at the sun or moon. Full stop. The angle thus formed between your height from the ground level and the line of sight formed is called the angle of elevation. End quote. And that was elevation from formula, definitions and examples. I think that's from the dictionary. Angle of elevation. The angle of elevation is an angle that is formed between the horizontal line and the line of sight. Full stop. If the line of sight is upwards from the horizontal line, then the angle formed is an angle of elevation. And that's from formulas and examples. Definition of angle of elevation. What's this? The upwards angle from the horizontal to a line of sight from the observer to some point of interest. End quote. Definition of angle of elevation. Angle of elevation definition. An angle of elevation is an angle with one horizontal arm and one arm above the horizontal. Usually an angle of elevation is less than or equal to 90 degrees. End quote. That's it.
Perfect.
It's so over.
It's so over. It is over. There's a book
Well,
called.
I don't think it can actually begin with those definitions.
Correct.
It can't begin.
That's why it's over.
Over. Everything says flat to me. Everything he was reading, I'm seeing flat Earth.
Well, if you
Well, what Ruhefel? Oh, sorry.
no, I was going to say before you go to Ruhif, if John, refractive curvature John, who's on the call right now, was to show his kitchen a flat baseline but turned into a ball, if he was to show that in orthographic view, they'd fall for it.
They did fall for it.
Definitely.
The fact that it wasn't
I
a kitchen,
know.
it was the very... You just have to make the lie bigger, right? So the fact that it was the entirety of the world meant that people bought it. Now, obviously, you make the lie scaled down to a kitchen and it makes it absurd, but it's the same exact lie.
Yeah, that's the point. You could, like that one caller came and said, well, you know, it could be this, a pyramid or that. And then John says, yeah, or a kitchen.
And that guy claimed
I promised
to
him.
do more research.
He came for a draw. That's all he was ever going to get. When that was pointed out to me, I was like, yeah. All of his models started off with the coordinate system and a flat plane elevation angle measurement. They all started with the same exact thing. So the fact that one of them could be a ball, that was as good as he was going to come away with. It could be a ball, it could be a trapezoid, it could be a pyramid, it could be a flat plane. It's like, yeah, but to derive all of these models, you needed the flat plane first. That was where they all came from.
Well,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Why did he need to do more research?
no, well, with a tangent plane under one arm, you could do anything anywhere.
That young man may be out there right now creating a working model of flat Earth.
Do we not have that in the form of the celestial sphere model?
Don't tell them that yet. I want Ruhif to be the first one to figure that out.
That ain't happening.
Their model's our model. His model's derived from that model. How can he deny it? Are you telling me that you haven't mentioned this to them thus far? We talk about it all the time. You're just saying...
I hear
I
that.
don't know why I'm even questioning this. You're saying it's going in one ear and out the other when they listen on the show. You are correct. I don't know why I'm even questioning it.
Yeah, and that's the only point. I'm just going to drive that home. You know, that and the elevation angle. You know, it's like, hey, you hijacked our angles and our model. Go get your own. Well, you can't get your own because you can't get an angle from a curved baseline. Never mind.
That's correct.
Well, it's like scientists, that old joke. Scientists figured out how to create man from dirt.
God said, "Get your
Yeah.
own dirt."
No, you've completely butchered that joke. So God and man are
I
having a
tried
little
to name
argument, and man says to God, "We don't need you. We can do everything you can do. No problem." And God says to man, "Okay, create life." And man says, "No worries." Starts gathering up a pile of dirt, and God says, "Whoa, what are you doing there, son? Get your own dirt."
Well, in this
Get your own
case,
elevation angles.
yeah, in this case, it's the tangent plane and elevation angles.
Well, they just throw tangent in there so they can assume a sphere later, you know? We're not standing on a tangent plane. We're just standing on a plane that they want to assert's got a tangent to it somewhere that they'll change position to anytime they need to.
Well, isn't what they're doing again a mishmash of trickery? Like, for example, I just went through where the nautical almanac and all the books that have to do with navigation get their angle originating from, which is a cut half hemisphere of a ball, and it's a flat disc. That's where they're getting it from. And in the tangent plane, are they not taking that horizontal that's there and just saying, well, we got it up here in the tangent plane, and then say, well, they're corresponding because the sun rays have to be assumed to be coming in parallel, so the angle matches corresponding angles. I mean, they're doing one is being done on a flat plane. The other one is assumed if you cut the Earth in half is a flat plane.
Well, no, that's the one where you cut the Earth in half, right? That's the tangent plane that they want you to envision that the celestial sphere model is. But the celestial sphere model is of our local observations, right? It's an orthographic view of what you observe. And they've just taken the measuring tool and made that the sky. So then when they assert that there's a tangent, they want to say the horizon is a geometric tangent point, and the place where you're standing is the tangent point 90 degrees from your vertical. So they're in trouble.
Well, they're in more trouble is because when they go with that, there's a flaw there. And the flaw is dip correction. Dip correction they think helps them, but in reality makes a small circle that's a disk around the navigator. And that small circle is interchangeable with the larger disk at the assumed cut in half hemisphere globe. They all have to match. So whether you have a circle at your eye line called the sensible horizon. Here, let me just read it. Horizon is a general term which, where navigation is concerned, resolves itself into the rational, the sensible, and visible horizons. But in the end, they all come to the same thing. Now, this is from a navigation book, which even the Practical Navigator quotes, which is Bowditch. And he's saying here that the rational, which is the Earth cut in half, that disk, the sensible, which is your eye line with a bubble sextant, and the visible horizon, which is the actual sea horizon. So let me read it again. Now that you know the rational is the equatorial plane, the sensible is the bubble horizontal at your eye line, and the visible horizons is what you see with the sextant. I'll read it again. Horizon is a general term which, where navigation is concerned, resolves itself into the rational, the sensible, and visible horizons. But in the end, they all come to the same thing. Wow. So dip.
That was the most nonsensical statement I've ever heard in my life.
I know you can throw. But what they're trying to do is give credence to why you have a tangent plane and how you need to do dip correction, because you have to know the rest to even have this make any sense. Is to, once you do dip and get to the eye line to the sea level, that's the same as cutting the earth in half. That's the same as the bubble section at your eye line. They all got to match because it's all needed for an angle.
Well, because I already see he's pushing this dip correction, and he's going to say that you're correcting from a geometric horizon with a tangent. I already see that.
Well, when you
that's been debunked.
when you assume you live on a sphere, what can you say?
Well, you got to assume you live on a flat plane before you can assume you live on a sphere.
Exactly. So when you're in the ocean, right? When you're in the ocean, that's when the sextant comes alive and shows that you live on a flat plane. Because you can do an artificial horizon on land with a bubble or a dish of mercury and say, I'm not using the Earth's horizon. But in the ocean, you can't use the bubble or the pan of mercury with success because the waves and tossing and turning. So you're forced to use the only stable thing you got, which is the horizon. And then when you do, they say, well, you got to get your eyeball to the level of the water because that's got to be a small circle all flat. Well, that's troublesome because if Earth curves at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which is easy math at 8 inches per mile squared, how do you have a 3,000 mile GP to the observer flat line that you navigate, that radius of a circle of equal altitude? Goodbye, globe.
Well, if like they're saying that there's a dingleberry at your feet, right, and that's your tangent point, then there should be no horizon in the celestial sphere model.
They only say there's a dingleberry at your feet, but when actually worked out, you have a horizontal coordinate system being worked out where everyone has their own personal dome or protractor that around them creates that small circle. Let me see if I can find the picture. I'll be back.
Yeah, that's the actual model, what you're talking about. When they're trying to interject their sphere belief, they're going to try to slip in a circle under your feet or under the flat plane that you're measuring, either at your feet or at the horizon, depending on what you're talking about. They'll jump back and forth between the two and never realize or admit to what they're doing.
Will catch him out every time. John?
Yeah, I asked Ruhif if he was paying attention or if he was ignoring me on purpose. And he wrote me a novel in response, which demonstrated he was not listening to a word I said.
No one who claims words have no meanings. He sure does write a lot of words.
Nathan, I got it in Master B.
I saw in, I was about to say Master B, when you post them, and I'm like, I never read them. I'm not that interested. Occasionally I see my name and I'll react to that. But other than that, it's like, why is he writing you a novel? And
yeah, that's what
I know the answer.
I'm asking a simple question.
I was going to say now I know the answer. It's because you've asked a very simple question that's got a very difficult answer.
Yeah, that was good.
Okay, I've got your dome of the perspective view, I assume. I don't know what this is referencing actually.
Well, this is horizon and vertical circles. So this is Wrinkles in Navigation, written by a very experienced navigators who's, I think, from the age of 14 started to sail. And many renditions of his book with plenty of accolades from other people in the same field. So, when I read a book, and they quote someone, I go to try to find why they're quoting that someone, and I found this guy. So here he has a image here, which is very similar to all the other images that we've shown. So let's go through it. SHENW equal the horizon. So if you look at the base, S, H, E, and then N to the far right, and then W, that creates that small circle, which is all flat. O equals the observer, right in the middle, in the center of that small circle that's flat. OZ, a plumb line from. So O, the observer, and then Z, 90 degrees above them, the vertical. There you got your Z equals the zenith as well. P equals the pole. So if you look to the right on an angle, they got P. So this is on their so-called globe, the North Pole is over there. STZPN equals the meridian. So STZPN follows that arc. That would be the arc of the protractor, and that's called the meridian. NSEW are the cardinal points, the compass. So north, south, east, and west. So let's see if we can find north, south, east, and west. You see that horizontal, same as the small circle that the observer is on. That's your azimuth, basically correction for bearing, which is done horizontally, by the way. EZW, prime vertical. So let's find EZW. E right there in front, Z, the zenith, and W all the way back, also known as west. All right, skip to the right. A is Altair. All right, so obviously that's a star, I assume. TAKBX is the circle of equal altitude. TAKBX, so let's find TAKBX. So that's that small circle on top that you see that would be a chord in the globe. But then you have that arc. But if you're on the arc navigating, as Brian said, and you're going to use this chord, it'll never match up. So we got a problem there. ZAH equals arc of the vertical circle of Altair. So there's the arc of that star. ZAH, ZAH, we all see that? Okay, so that's the arc, the 90 degree down to the equator, basically, or to this guy, in this case. And then we got HA is the star's altitude. Everyone see HA? I see HA, okay. And then, so you see that angle from the horizon up, the star is right there. And then AZ, star zenith distance. So AZ is the co-altitude, the zenith distance, when you subtract from 90. TZA, star's azimuth, subtended by SH. So there's T, Z, A. Where's A? There we go. And then EZA, star's amplitude, subtended by EH. And to round it off, because we're running out of time, ZLM, arc of the vertical circle passing through star L, all vertical circles and great circles. So right there, that circle of equal altitude has to match that circle that's the base where the observer is, and that has to match if you cut the globe in half and have the equatorial plane. All these three have to be flat. End of illustration.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, crypto thanks button in the info box below this video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and Twitter. One last time, if you're new to the channel or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button to keep up to date with the Flat Earth debate. Now, we are joined by Refracted Curvature, that's John, Neil, 10th Man, and a whole bunch of people in Discord, so welcome one and all.
Good morning.
Hey, good afternoon, guys.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you may be. Hope you all had a nice 4th of July. Do you all tend to get drunk on 4th of July?
No,
Just let off fireworks and scare dogs.
no. Didn't even do that either.
You can't let off fireworks anymore. I thought that was the main point in the 4th of July. No?
Well, not
Certain
if you
states,
live in
Pennsylvania.
commie. If you live in California, they don't let you do fireworks anymore.
Or commie New York.
Of course
They're allowed, but we're not.
you're in strict but yet extremely liberal California. Very strange.
No, we celebrate independence when we don't have any.
Yes, very bizarre. There we go. But you're out in the boonies, right? You're not in the middle of the city.
No, of course. The cities and the municipalities do a little fireworks show, that people go to the park or to the ocean. You could see many done over the water. But it used to be when I grew up, fireworks stands everywhere and you go by here and have a great time. Now kids miss out on all that.
You can buy fireworks. There's a fireworks shop down the road from me. You can buy fireworks all year round and let them off whenever you like.
Well, Nathan, have you noticed the price of gas? By the time I got to you and home, it wouldn't be worth it.
I'm not suggesting you come and buy from this guy.
Listen, by me, you drive to Pennsylvania, and that's how the cops get their fireworks. You got New York plates, they pull you over on the way back and confiscate all of them.
Yeah, we just go to, back in the day, people would just go to Tijuana, right across the border and get it.
Let me get it straight. You can legally own and open carry firearms in many states, but fireworks,
Yeah, that's
We
right.
blow stuff up in Tennessee all the time. All the time.
Morning, guys.
Hey, Chocolate. Let's do a bit of
How's
housekeeping.
it?
Oh, go on.
Okay, no, hey, Chocolate, did you do any fireworks in Georgia?
No, sir.
Hello.
Hey, Owen.
I'm the only American who shot off fireworks.
Sounds
yesterday.
like it.
I think it all
Actually,
links
wanted
back
to go
is
shoot
it
my
Happy
gun,
Helion?
but
You're in a
I'm
gun,
just
do you,
saying it
Chocolate?
all like the 4th of July. It's linked to the sun, isn't it? With the aphelion furthest, the position of the sun. It's
That I did not know.
yeah, the 4th of July. That's what that is. It's Happy Helion. I can't pronouncing it wrong. Sorry. So it's just funny how that Independence Day ties in with that the sun position.
Say
It's
the
like everything
furthest.
they do.
When you say the furthest, what do you mean? In a heliocentric rhetoric, it's the height of summer. Therefore, obviously, the sun's much further away in the model. Obviously, but is that what you're referring to? Because
Yeah.
what literally the claim that the heliocentric sun's the furthest away on the 4th of July?
You know, perihelion and aphelion. It's that's the 4th of July. On aphelion, I can't pronounce it, so I've got a cut in my mouth. Help me out with the pronunciation, please, somebody. Aphelion, is it?
Explain what that is.
It's the sun. It's the sun's position.
Worship the Sunday.
You're not giving enough information. The sun's position relative to where it was the former day and the former day before that, if you referenced it in the sky and compared the positions. Is that what you mean?
Yeah,
I'm trying to lead
yeah.
you.
They say it's at the highest point before its movement into the southern outer ring. Obviously, you've got the summer solstice, which is the 21st of December, but that's like I said, the 4th of July is connected to the happy helion.
Well, I was a happy helion because I traded my fireworks for 2 ribeye steaks yesterday. And it was really good.
Did we get any news from NASA? Like, was there like a nearby comet or asteroid that happened to have like an American flag on it? Because NASA's good for the shit like that.
Yeah, right. Halloween, they'll have a pumpkin sun or something. So 4th of July, it's got to be an asteroid in the shape of the Star Spangled Banner, right?
Yeah, they've done it before. Different holidays. There was one that they said looked like it had a mask on. That just happened to come around when the pandemic was around, and just coincidence, of course. I mean, it's retarded. It's ridiculous.
Well, you got to know with the shutdown, any comet has to cover their face before they come. You know that, right?
Just me, or is 10th Man a little bit quiet?
A little bit.
But okay. Hey, how about housekeeping questions?
Yes, indeed. How about a housekeeping question or two? Any evidence of a physical geometric sphere edge, formerly known as the curve of the Earth?
Negative.
That would contradict
Well,
the
not
social
on Earth.
model.
That would be a
Who claims the
reification fallacy,
horizon is
wouldn't it be?
Earth curve?
Reify the horizon as being a physical place.
No, the horizon's not a physical place, and I no longer reify it, although I did at one stage in my life.
Who claims the horizon is Earth curve? As the person who asked the question and claimed the horizon is Earth curve. Details.
People who believe
No
that the Earth's a
anti-flat
sphere
earther
claim
claims
the
that.
horizon's Earth curve.
No anti-flat earther claims that.
Yeah, anti-flat earthers don't claim the horizon's Earth curve. They claim it's a refracted, non-geometric, non-physical, not going to be blocking boats and buildings position into the horizon. I mean, obviously still assuming that it's refracted from the physical position that used to block boats and buildings, and they used to argue blocked boats and buildings with a physical calculable blockage value. But now it's not. Now it's a refracted non-physical position because we debunked it as a physical position known as Earth curve. So, no, you're right, Arwin. Anti-flat earthers don't claim it's Earth curve, a physical blockage. It's refracted.
Well, technically, the anti-flat earthers still claim that it blocks things geometrically, just not optically, right? Optically, it's refracted, but geometrically, when you put it in a side-on view, it's still a ball, and it's apparently in that, and it will still block things geometrically. It's just when you look at it with your eyes, it doesn't do that.
It's either blocking it geometrically and therefore Earth curve, as claimed in the Earth curve maths, or it isn't. Either it's a hill in the way, obscuring your view of things into the distance, or it isn't. It's either Earth curve, blocking your view, or as we showed in 2020 with the Black Swan, if the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959, then every distance to Earth curve could be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and the distance to the horizon in the Black Swan is beyond 10 miles, as opposed to the 1.2 miles it would be at 1 foot of an observer's height. Therefore, the horizon is not a physical Earth curve limitation to your view, and the Earth is not a sphere radius 3959. It was debunked in 2020, hence anti-flat earthers having to say it's not Earth curve. Refraction, right?
It's not Earth curve when you see it, but when you put it in orthographic view, it is Earth curve, absolutely.
No, that's incorrect also. When you put it in an orthographic view with this in mind, you end up with two horizons. A line of sight to a geometric horizon, according to Andrew Thomas Young, and a bent line to a non-physical, refracted, non-geometric horizon. That's two horizons. Well, we've only got one.
No, that's a straw man because you can't represent optics within orthographic view.
Well, they are. They're claiming it as what you see, and what you see is a bent line to a physical, non-physical, refracted, non-geometric, geometric horizon. So there's two of them.
They just don't understand.
I understand two marked positions with horizon written on them.
Well, they don't understand that you can't incorporate optics and perspective in orthographic view, so that it's kind of pointless to try to represent how you would see things in orthographic view. But you can definitely show how the curvature is there. You just can't really lock it in with optics, with how it would look. Because when you look at it in the real world, it's all flat, of course.
Well, plus we pegged that in about 2017 and inserted the perspective hijacking element to the calculation when describing it. So you have the begging the question because it assumes an R value, proof of nothing because it's begged the question, perspective hijacking, i.e. orthographic view has a target measured in metres or feet. So you're looking at a building in the distance in earth curve maths. That building will be given a feet or metres value. So let's say it's a 100-foot building. It doesn't matter if the building's a mile away or 1,000 miles away. It's still a 100-foot building. Ergo, it removes all aspects of angular relationships. That would be apparent size, aka perspective. So it removes all aspects of perspective by keeping the targets at the same exact feet and inches or metres value, regardless of distance, aka orthographic view, what we fondly refer to as Muppet vision, because you see in the side of your own head.
Right, so Muppet vision can show you where things would really be on the globe, but as soon as you start to say, oh, well, this is how it's going to look based on this graph, that's when you get into real trouble, a lot of it. And that's where it becomes pointless, right?
Yeah, well, we pegged that, as I say, in 2017, so they can't assert that they've got these maths that assert physicality. Further to that, they've relinquished their own claim on the anti-flat Earth side. The anti-flat Earthers don't claim Earth curve anymore. I mean, Tim Osman, your archetype anti-flat Earther and globe Earth troll in his mind, asked us.
And they did give it a strong try, though. I still remember when Rumpus first introduced the donkey dick attempt of optics in an orthographic view. It was quite impressive that he at least tried.
Well, that was Andrew Thomas Young's. He had that in 2017 when he was arguing with me personally about the horizon being the physical leading edge of a sphere blocking the Isle of Man. And then, just by chance, whilst recording, he had his screen shared and rolled through all of his documents, and there it was, Andrew Thomas Young telling Rumpus that the horizon he was claiming was physically a hill in the way of the Isle of Man. Isn't a hill in the way of anything. It's a refracted, non-geometric, non-physical position. So that's why he got banned. Because when challenged with that very fact, he lied.
Yeah, that's right. That's when the real doublespeak started with the anti-flat earthers. That's when he started to say, nobody ever claimed the horizon was geometric.
That's
oh,
what
really,
I was
Rumpus? You never claimed that?
That's
really?
what I was going to refer to Tim Osman having said precisely that. Nobody claims the horizon is Earth curve. End quote. In other words, our opponents here in their hell are not exactly heaven, but certainly nicer than, you don't know that the grass is greener until you stumble over the fence and go, wow, isn't the grass greener here? Well, they've stumbled over the fence and gone, I like the old grass better. There was more people roaming around on it. Yes, there was less to eat, but I preferred it. Well, either way, they're both over this side of the fence, not believing in Earth curve with us, but just they want to retain their belief that they've got a sphere belief. They haven't, because they believe in Earth curve being a hill in the way. An impossibility we debunked in 2020.
If only we hadn't stopped considering the geometry, right? That's when it all ended for them.
The problem is
what
with
about?
there's
Go on.
Hold on. What about Virus the other day? He was shocked that celestial movements had anything to do with Earth's turn.
Well, it hasn't, but it's
Well,
claimed to
I
be
just
the
wanna-
cause. Go on, John.
I was going to say, whether you claim the horizon is geometric or a refracted geometry, either way, that's contradictory to the celestial sphere model. So they don't get confused about that.
Right, you can't acquire an elevation angle from a curved baseline. And is there any evidence that you could, if you're a globe believer? acquire an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline, i.e. a sphere Earth?
Well, if you could, they wouldn't tell us about how they would use a flat plane first. They would just use the curved baseline that they believe the surface of the Earth is. Oh wait, they tell us when they're doing their elevation angles, they're not talking about the surface of the Earth. Wonder why that is.
Because the surface of the Earth is flat and they kid themselves into believing that they're still sphere believers. This is the most interesting aspect, if you ask me, of our current situation. Yes, we've had to suffer the suppression, but none of us can turn back. Not because we couldn't pretend, like the anti-flat earthers do, that we still have a commonly held belief in the sphere. You know, we could also kid ourselves that that was possible. But I think in reality the opponents here, the anti-flat earthers, would just prefer we shut up about it. Do you know what I mean? It's not. That's why they got labelled anti-flat earthers, because it's not like they want to believe in the ball, because that just requires you believe in the ball, as opposed to assess it, realise there's something wrong with it, and then employ a bit of cognitive dissonance only for someone like me or you on the panel to come along and go, that's cognitive dissonance right there. You can't hold both of those opinions as true. That can't work. At that point, they just go, I'd rather you just shut up. That's their attitude towards us. As opposed to, I'd rather you just accept and understand how I can prove we're on a sphere. It's not a belief, it's a fact. But they haven't got that anymore. They've got no grounds to say that they've got a true fact in their belief in a sphere Earth. That went quite some time ago for many of the people who oppose us. And what's interesting is they've been segregated. And it took me a while to realise that I'd been segregated before it was really overt and, you know, there were YouTube sat before Congress. But before that, I realised we were being segregated into a little corner of the internet. But it's only recently that I've realised that so are our opponents. My false assumption was, look at all this mainstream exposure they've got. No, they haven't. They've been segregated into a little corner of the internet just like us. Then what you realise after you assess that is that it's the same corner. Yeah? Now, it might be that in this little corner, they, in the tiny pond we found ourselves in, get access to the surface food more than we do. But that's it. It's the same shitty little corner of the internet. You know, whether they like it or not, they're stuck here with us. It makes me laugh every time I think about it.
Nathan, just a response to what you just said. So back in the day, when we would go to YouTube and type in flat earth or keywords like that, we'd get the real good channels showing up and good arguments, debates were seen there. Now, because after YouTube sat before Congress, you go hit flat earth, you get the opposition, you get anti-flat earthers channels, you get all the, so they didn't stop it. They just got rid of the ones that made sense and put us somewhere down the list, and no one's going to sit there 1 hour scrolling to find. So they didn't get rid of it. They just pushed those other channels up to the top to where someone goes there and says, this is stupid, and then gives up on it.
So they want to defend it. They still want to defend it and want to believe in it, but it's defending it has become a problem because none of it makes sense on paper. So
Just
the
because,
defense of it, the story doesn't make sense. So this is why they become anti-flat earthers and have to remix the story and then argue that part of it instead of just arguing the story the way it comes, because it's indefensible.
right, just because you want to defend it doesn't mean you can. So they're all very frustrated. They're like a lord. They're like, what do you call them again? Samurai, whose lord has died, but they just can't accept that it's died, and they want to keep defending it. So they're just creating like an idol of their lord that they try to defend, but it's not their lord, right?
No, they're building new idols. New idols that don't match the old one. They just resemble the old one slightly. Anyway, shout out to Godzilla37 who says, Ranty Bran pickles. The only pickles that can turn back into a cucumber. Really appreciate the support. Thank you very much.
That's great.
Any evidence of axial rotation of the Earth-based variety?
Axis first, which would mean you'd need a radial value. Then you would need a non-inertial turning reference frame, which is relying on the axis. And then you could beg the question of Coriolis.
Yeah, like you're going to need an R value first. And that'll violate the celestial sphere model.
But what if the entire realm enclosed and all was like stationary and the universe was simply spinning around it, as it seems to be, right? Whatever it is.
Oh, we must avoid that at all costs, says Edwin Hubble.
Right. An Earth-centric system, which is what seems to present itself to us when you investigate the skies, is something that the heliocentrists do not want under any circumstances. Must be, as Chocolate's just quoted from Hubble, Edwin Hubble, quote, "You have to avoid this at all costs." Can't have Earth at the centre of the universe.
Isn't that funny?
It's kind of problematic because we are stationary, nothing is moving, there is no Coriolis deviation, yet this apparent universe does seem to be spinning around us. So we have to avoid the realization of what is much more reasonable assumption. We have to avoid that at all costs.
No,
Why?
it's a grandiose projection onto others. So the stars that we observe go around a central point from what we can see. That's it. That's the end of the observation statement. There's nothing more I can add to that. That you can pepper it up with all sorts of dressing, but that's the crux of what we're describing. Do we know what the stars are? No, we do not. Do we know what the sky is? No, we do not. To assert that means that as I stare out into what is my local sky at a given time, I can assert that the patterns that were produced in the sky can be extrapolated out into an assertion that I'm at the centre of the universe. That is an extrapolation that's come from a heliocentric worldview, with us as a tiny speck and the rest of the known universe around that tiny speck in a sky vacuum. When you translate that into the observations meeting back mathematically to us being at the centre of those lights being observed in the sky, they say, well, that puts my worldview in a very grand scale with Earth at the centre of it. Earth at the centre of what? The sky? I'm not at the centre of anything in that regard. There's a ground below me and the sky above me, and patterns that happen in it. That doesn't put me at the centre of bloody anything as far as I can ascertain. There's no way you're going to assert that CMB, the rotation of the stars, what I see in the night sky in a telescope, is in any way going to put me at the centre of the bloody universe. It is equally as absurd and merely a grandiose projection from heliocentrists onto anybody who takes their extrapolations in a massive worldview and puts them into the reality of the mathematical dictations that their reifications imply. Well, I'm not going to do that. I don't think I'm at the centre of anything in that regard. How do I know? I've not gone to the horizon. By that I mean I've not gone to the ends of wherever I can go to know what else is above there. And seemingly there's different stuff in what we used to refer to as the southern hemisphere. You get a totally different set of stars. So what's that to say that you keep going what we now refer to with our limited and contained methods of travel with magnetic declination in tow? Well, what if I ignore all that and just straight line it? I might meet ice by assumption of loads of flat earthers, but I might not. I might just meet some other land with a different set of stars above it.
Just a comment on the quote from Edwin Hubble. What did he say first?
Chocolate probably knows it verbatim about avoiding the idea of us being at the centre of the universe at all costs. He's referring to the observations of the CMB, right? Chocolate probably knows it verbatim if he's still around. While he's doing that, I'll shout out
good.
Hillside.
No, that's good enough.
Just one sec. Shout out Hillside, who says, "Sup, boys?" Gives us a fist bump. Thank you very much for the super chat.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment on it. In celestial navigation, that's all out the door, Edwin Hubble, because the celestial sphere model dictates the Earth isn't at the center and stationary. So in order for navigation to work, it's the opposite of what Hubble's trying to do.
Yeah, the stars move over particular points in the land, and because they have a predictable pattern, you can predict what part of land they will be above at a given time. That's it. Very useful. Does that mean that the world that's below those stars at a given time can be extrapolated out into anything in terms of the geographical position in the quote-unquote universe of Earth? No, that bit of land happens to be below those stars with those patterns. That's all it means. Because I don't know what the stars are, and neither do they. Well, it might, but I don't know. They don't tell us. What they tell us the stars here is definitely not what they are. But whether or not they know is irrelevant. So, in case someone says, oh, they might know, well, great, go off and appeal to them, the liars that told you that there were burning balls of gas in a sky vacuum, because they might know.
Well, much like them needing a tangent plane in order to do anything, because you can't get anything from a curved baseline, they also have to go against their whole narrative by saying we're at the center of the universe, and we're not a ball turning. We have to be stationary. Well, who's ever heard of a stationary ball? In their model, we have to be turning. So stationary goes against them, center of the universe goes against them, and using a tangent plane on a curved surface to achieve your angle, well, you're not doing it from a curved baseline, so section can't work on a globe. So you need a flat plane. What does that tell the audience?
Hi, Adam.
I was about to disagree with you until you put that disclaimer in. I was about to say that's our model. They're stealing. They're using a flat Earth model to assert it's a globe.
Yeah, that's the whole point. That is the basis of your argument, I think, and all of ours now is they want to show us something that's not real, but then when they have to do the guts and engine work and make it work, they have to admit it's a flat Earth plane model for things to work.
So, hello, Adam.
Afternoon, guys.
Good afternoon. Yesterday I made a note that the view numbers were really low. After the fact, there was over 1,000 likes on the live show, with a very low number of views, or typically statistically low number of views compared to a normal show. Not so low that I'd be concerned until I saw that there's a stupid number of likes on there. I was like, what is going on? It's like the third time it's happened in a month where there's been some craziness going on with my likes and views. But I had 120 comments, about 600 views, just so out of whack in terms of the sort of ratios that I typically expect to see on a live show. Now today, got 100 people watching, we're about halfway through, more than 100 people watching. That's about right. You know, this is typically about the point of the show that I go, woohoo, 100 people watching, yay! Please share the show. Thank you very much for joining. Everyone who shared the show, thank you for sharing. That's why there's 100 people watching. Maybe yesterday no one shared it, but it seems unlikely. And then to see, like I say, the thumbs going mad, it's like, what is going on? It really annoys me when my stats go all over the place. Because I can only make those statements about it being out of whack because I keep an eye on my stats. But then if enough of them go out of whack, it's like, well, your stats aren't worth anything to refer anything to anymore. It just bugs me. Anyway, so yesterday's viewing figures, likes and comments were all out of whack. But in the case of the views, which is more important than, I don't really care about the likes, it throws my stats out of whack in the negative. Maybe it'll counteract the last two times this happened, where the views seem to go higher. There we go. Anyway, enough of my moaning about the crazy viewing figures.
With you, at least, it sometimes boosts up enormously. With me, they like to just apparently arbitrary shows pick and then just, oh, you can only have one upvote or two or three, and then it's back to normal again, and then it's like lower down again. I've never had like crazy upvote boosts like you have. Not that it really matters or anything.
The likes aren't useful for anything, so I don't know, other than...
I know.
Some people get a bit obsessed about having lots of likes on Facebook posts and stuff. I don't even look at them as a statistic, because I just don't think they tell me anything. Especially as, typically speaking, I'm not exactly pro-mainstream, so there's a good chance someone's going to come and just off the cuff, based on the title, give me a thumbs down. So you're like, okay. So it just doesn't hold much meaning. Lots of people don't like the notion of Earth being flat. And that's what I cover here, so people are going to come and dislike it.
But we know one thing out of it, and that's where me being meddled with. That's what we do know. Go ahead.
Anyway, any evidence of the distance to the sun, as we've been talking quite a lot about the sky?
Hang on, I thought Adam was trying to say something.
Oh, my bad. Sorry, Adam.
Yeah, I interrupted him. Sorry, Adam.
I apologise on Arwin's behalf, Adam. Go ahead. Scared him off, Arwin. It's very timid. So, distance to the sun? Anybody at all?
It's over there.
Haven't heard much from Google. From Discord. Clearly not. Any evidence of a self-perpetuating molten iron core at the centre of a presupposed spherical Earth? Adam and not Adam in G+, but Adam in Discord and Birdman and a couple of others. You're all off mute now if you did want to add something.
Can you repeat the question again?
Any evidence of a self-perpetuating molten iron core? Go ahead, Adam. Go on, Adam. Go. You
Hi.
can do it.
Hi, it's Adam Price. How are you guys?
Good to have you, Adam.
Hey, Adam.
I was going to ask. Thank you. I was going to ask how, and I know you've answered it. I know we've gone over it before. I just can't figure out the hijacking of the celestial plane, how they got, the angle to the stars or to the sun, and how they got that and made that into a specific radius that we all have to go by.
Okay.
I don't know how they did that.
Okay, Brian is typically the best person to explain how they acquired the radius value, but you're basically taking the angle of Polaris as you move away from it. So for every 60 statute miles, is that right? Every 69 nautical miles?
Nautical.
Reverse it. 60 nautical, 69 statute.
So for every...
I'll try to give an explanation, Nate.
I'd rather you did, Brian. You're better at it than I am. You can tell
I
I'm
get
stumbling
the-
my way through it. If Brian's here, so if you just...
Sorry, thank you.
Brian will explain it to you now. Go ahead, Brian.
Okay, no worries. I'm driving now, so you might hear a little bit of background noise. But if you take the angle to Polaris as you move south, due south away from its GP point, while north of the equator, you get what you're doing is you're measuring perspective, because all angular measurements are measurements of perspective. So if you then take these angular measurements, you find out that for every 1 degree the Polaris appears to drop, you will have, for every 1 degree Polaris appears to drop, that will be 60 minutes of degree. So you then convert those 60 minutes of degree into nautical miles, which is all nautical miles are, which is a land convergence into from minutes of degree into what we call a nautical mile, because that's why there's 60 nautical miles per degree. That's the why, because there's 60 minutes per degree. So that's the only reason there's 60 nautical miles. But what you get then, when you get from 90, start at 90, let's just say with Polaris directly over your head and you standing at its GP, when you go out to the equator line, you will have a 0 degrees to Polaris's GP, or to Polaris, I should say. So that would be 5,400 minutes of degree between that you will have measured from the equator to Polaris. So that's 5,400 nautical miles. So what they did then is they knew that either side of Polaris did have 5,400 nautical miles, and they worked out that past the equator, going south, you would also have 5,400 nautical miles, or you can state that you have at either side. So then multiply that by 4, you get 21,600 nautical miles. And from there is where the radius originally came from, because what they did then is they took that and made it into a circle. If you make that into a circle, and then look for the nautical mile radius of that. Now, there's no such thing as a nautical mile radius, because a nautical mile is a minute of degree measurement. But if you take that 21,600 nautical mile circle, and you do take a radius in nautical miles, which is not really something that exists in reality, but you can do it mathematically, and then convert it to statute miles, you get 3,900 and 3,958 point blah 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 after the decimal point. So you get just under 3,959 miles. So they rounded it off up the way to 3,959 miles, and whereas the real radius of their globe in statute miles would be 3,958 point blah 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 blah. I can't remember. I don't have the exact figure with me now. I have it on my computer. So that's where they got their radius from. So it's just a back calculation of pre-assumption of flat Earth elevation angles to Polaris. That's all it is.
Perfect.
They just use that back calculation.
I just summarise it. I like it when you give the detailed version because I can summarise things well when I'm basically parroting off what you've just said. So you start with Polaris, and it's above your head at the North Pole. Guy from Discord, Adam Price. And as you move away from it, as you measure it, it will drop 1 degree for every 60 nautical miles. Why? Well, because that is what a nautical mile is. It's 1 degree for the distance that you've travelled versus the 1 degree it dropped towards the horizon. Do you follow so far that it's dropping towards the horizon as you're moving away from it? Adam?
I am. I'm getting it. I'm seeing the protractor.
Right. So you're holding a protractor, you're pointing it at your zenith with Polaris directly above your head. You move away 60 nautical miles, you measure it again, it's 1 degree lower towards the horizon. You keep repeating that process. For every 60 miles you move away from it, it'll drop to 1 degree in your protractor. And then eventually when you get to the point where you can't see it anymore, i.e. it's lined up flat with the horizon line, you've got a quarter of what they will make into the globe.
90.
So you times that number by 4, and then you can get the radius value from it. Make sense?
I think this is also
more. Yeah, thank you.
Cool. Thank you. It was Brian more than me, considerably.
This is also where you get
Thank both of you.
Meter
I
from.
thank all of you guys. You guys are awesome.
Just one second, Adam. Adam. Go ahead, Adam Price.
I was just saying thank you. Yeah, I'm listening. Absolutely.
Oh, cool. That's okay. Sorry, Adam. Go ahead.
It sounded like my man there, Adam. It was just a little side note. In some of the bits and bobs that Ten sent me, this is also where the meter is derived from. Because if you divide that into 4 million? Let me just look it up. Where is it? But if you divide it by 40 million, that's 4, yeah, 1/10 millionth of that distance. So we use the stars again and assign it that, and that's where they derive the meter from, is 1/10 millionth for that same distance from the GP of the Sun to the GP of Polaris.
No way! I did not know that.
No. It was turning up in some. So in a lot of ancient buildings, they have doorways which are exactly 1 meter wide, and they couldn't understand why. So this is the meter when the French invented it isn't new. It's previously derived astronomical unit, which caused some consternation, like I said, in exact doorway measurements being a meter before the meter's invented, and it's not matching a cubit, it's not matching a royal cubit, it's slightly out. Yeah, so a little bit of attempt digging there.
So when Grandpa Simpson said the metric system is the devil, he wasn't that far off.
Oh no, it's another unit, it's another astronomical derived unit though.
Yeah, Simpsons. Any more on this was a molten iron core question that turned into the sun?
Well, what I'd just like to add to what I said, just to give a little bit more clarity, is when you get that, when you multiply the 5,400 minutes of degree, nautical miles by 4, you get the 21,600 nautical miles. When they turn that into a circle, they just divide it by 3.14 to get a diameter. Then they halve that to get a radius, which will be in nautical miles, and they just then convert the nautical miles. The conversion is 1.1508. Normally they say it's 1.151, but it's actually 1.1508 by memory. And there's a reason. There's actually a slimy little reason why they say 1.151, and it's not. It's like they're keeping. It's a mathematical thing where they're keeping you away from facts. That's what it is. They're keeping you away from the fact that the conversion is actually that their radius is a conversion from nautical miles, and that's why they say the conversion rate is 1.151 from nautical to from statute to nautical, whereas actually 1.1508. So there's all this little hidden nonsense in that.
Why? That's something I've never understood. From what I've just gleaned, from what you've just said, the only point in the conversion, and if this is the answer to the question, just say yes, is to hide that deception of where the radius is derived. Is that the only reason for the conversion from nautical to statute?
No, it's the reason for the conversion they give you. Most of the time, when people find out about the conversion, most people will just be given a conversion rate of 1.151, and that is the conversion they use to go from statute to nautical. But the actual conversion is 1.1508, and that when you do it that way, it becomes extremely obvious. If you decide to back calculate it, becomes extremely obvious that, right from a mathematical point of view, that their radius matches completely with nautical miles, right, and a nautical mile radius. And most people go, it's no big deal. So it's all a globe, until they realise, hang on a second, you can't do angular measurements on a globe. It's like they're covering every base. That's one of the bases they were trying to cover.
I don't think my question's been made clear, though. Thank you for explaining that.
That's actually a really good find.
Why do they convert it, though? What's the reason?
The reason they convert it is because the statute mile is a different thing from the nautical mile. The nautical mile is derived from minutes of degree, whereas the statute mile is derived from the foot, more or less. Or as far as I know, Adam might know a bit more about the statute mile than I do. But I know that you can, the statute mile, I remember me and Adam talking about this before, and we were laughing at, where does this come from? Because its history is all kind of shrouded, this statute mile. So why they ever needed statute miles, I don't know. I can't remember if I do know the full reason for it. But I just know that a statute mile has a different or slightly different origin than the nautical mile. So that's why they needed the conversion, because the statute miles is a bit smaller than the nautical mile in distance.
Okay.
Is that related to Isa's issue with the mile squared or square miles?
No, that's something else.
Oh, okay. The measurement origin is different.
I'm just asking,
point, right?
why statute miles? Now, okay, if they've come from feet, and it's just, you don't tend to have things with the same name in this deception that we call the world we live in, without there being a reason for it. For example, gravity. There's a good reason why Einsteinian gravity has the same name as Newtonian gravity. It's because there's a bait and switch going on. Well, this strikes me as the same, and to say, well, we had feet and then we had miles after yards. It's like, well, why miles? Why call it miles? Why isn't it called the thurble, after the yard? And it's just like, well, in the same way as you've got meters. Now you're saying it's coincidentally derived from similar origins, but the comparison still stands. You go, well, it's just a different convention. So when you convert one convention into the other, this is how you do the conversion, etc., etc. But they've both got the same name.
Yeah, me and Adam, we were one night laughing. I remember one night Adam rang me. We were laughing about that because we were like, "What is this statue of Moyle? Where does it really come from?" All I could come up with is that it was derived from the foot. But Adam pointed out then, why is it exactly this amount of feet? Why is it 69 point whatever statute miles per degree as opposed to 60 nautical miles per degree? We know why there's 60 nautical miles per degree because 1 minute of degree is 1 nautical mile. But what is the statute mile? I said it was derived from the foot, but Adam made the point, well, how come it's an exactly this amount? So who knows?
So we don't know.
It's a bit of a mystery.
The answer is I don't know. That's fine. I'd like to know the answer too, and it sounds like you've obviously pondered it considerably more than me in the last 10 minutes of asking the question.
The only bit I'd found was it's linked to other old land units. But again, there's no reason why you wouldn't just define it from a nautical, because it's still valid on the land. Just had a quick search there, but what's it say? Any other various distance? A statute mile being 5,280 feet, originating from a Roman mile or 1,000 paces, which measured 5,000 Roman feet. So it appears, like as Brian's saying, from the feet, from those kind of cubic type ancient units. But again, where they derive that, because obviously the logical thing is to then go, well, where did they get them from? And that's the bit where I don't know.
Well, the word statuette, what is the definition of that? That might give us...
That's just the title to distinguish it, so that it's a British Imperial mile.
Yeah, we're also, mile. I feel not changing from, which one was first, and then is that story true? I mean, are they changing from that to the other? I don't know.
Well, that's what I'm saying. In terms of the description of how you get to a nautical mile, you can understand it if you understand how they're measuring the minutes of degree through the sky. You've got arc seconds and all the rest of it. It all makes perfect sense. It's all divisible by 60. I'll remember it nice and easily now. Brian's explained it to me. But that figures, right? You can see the logic behind it. So, what about statute miles? Roman paces? What? How long with it? It just okay. What do you want? It doesn't seem to make any sense. Whereas the nautical mile makes perfect sense. Is anybody going to disagree with me in terms of the seemingly sound logic of a nautical mile versus the scratch your head logic of a statute mile?
Right.
I totally agree, Nathan. And maybe it's purely as simple as hiding a globe.
Well, that was my original assertion. That was my original assertion, right? That's my first go-to. This seems like a bait and switch, so that the numbers don't match up in a way that will make it obvious. And that was your conclusion also. You're like, no, all I can see is veiled numbers that have been disguised and would have an obvious mathematical implication for anybody who looked at them without a slight deviation from the one degree for 60 nautical miles. Just change it, just make it 69 point something, and then the numbers don't match, and it won't lead you back, obviously, to the heliocentric deception.
I've got a random claim, Bri. I don't know if it's true. It's just I've just seen it come upon some. I just googled it, but I'll read it. If the mile originated with 5,000 Roman feet, how did we end up with a mile that is 5,280 feet? And here it says, blame the furlong. The furlong wasn't always just an arcane unit of measure that horse racing fans gabble on about. It once had a significance as the length of furrowing a team of oxen could plough in a day. So in 1592, Parliament set about determining the length of the mile, decided that each statute mile should be made up of 8 furlongs. And since a furlong was 660 feet, we ended up with 5,280. So fantastical tales of no reason.
Yeah, that's no better than marching. Was it ox, did you say? Ox dragging.
I might have something.
Yeah.
Bloody hell. And were they super healthy? Big ox with long legs? Were they frail ox that weren't well fed on a crap farm that weren't doing? I mean, this is nonsense.
I have something, and it won't be something that people will like, but I'll throw it out there. 1 statute mile is 1.609344 kilometers. Now, that is a specific amount of kilometer. Now, if you add all them together, you're getting 27, if I'm correct. Is it 27?
Hold on. 2 and 7 make 9.
Yeah. Because I can't claim that it's definitely numerology, but I keep on finding 9. I keep finding 9.
No, you did not.
In all their maths.
No, you did not find 9.
Okay.
What did you find, Brian? Let's be honest. Did you find 2 and 7?
Yeah, but if you're using numerology, you always add it down to its smallest.
That's like saying I keep finding metal, and you go, yeah, you're using a metal detector.
Well, either way, if we just look at the kilometers, I'm not going to argue with you about that because I can't argue. I can only show you the numerology and show you how it's done, and I can't make someone say that's right or wrong, or I can't argue that. But I can just say I keep finding it. But as far as kilometers go, this is a specific amount of kilometers. Why that specific amount of kilometers, which is meters? Is the statute mile derived from meters originally, as opposed to minutes of degree? Like Adam was saying, the meter comes from a celestial source as well.
Adam's normally the voice of reason on things like this, especially when it comes to mathematics. So I know Brian's tried to sort of slip it in under the radar, but my radar was better and I detected it before it even came out of his mouth. What's your view on gematria and numerology and stuff of that nature, Adam?
I find it interesting, but I don't see causation with it. So it's interesting that occurs because it doesn't occur. But for me, how to draw an inference or to say what that means, I don't know. Then the only thing I just wanted to, we can derive the nautical mile, and the point I'm conceding that I don't know is, and as you laughed along with, I can't see how this derives a unit, an ox, soldiers pacing. How does that derive a unit per se?
It doesn't.
No, and that's the nuance that I'm detecting, that we have this thing that is derivable in terms of it's consistent what we're using to get a unit from the sky, but to be using Roman soldiers or oxers ploughing just smells of a fanciful tale that's covering something else up. And Brian's got a feeling for these numbers more and is into it a lot more, but
don't pass the buck.
It's interesting that that these 9s occur.
Well, what I would say is, I think first of all, in defense of the number 9 of numerology, we have to remember who we're dealing with. Who are we dealing with? That knows things more. What group possibly has more information on this and have had more information on this situation than us for a long period of time?
Well, I see it as magic. So when it comes to numerology, and I don't want to get into the wrangle-dangle of right and wrong in this regard. I just know what I perceive it to be. So mathematics is just another language, and magic is just use of language. So magic tricks come in many different forms, and mostly the ones we cover on the show are linguistic magic tricks. Fallacy, we were going to cover on the show, we haven't touched on at all, though we discussed it in the pre-show. But just a form of magic. Grammar, spelling. Well, this is mathematical magic when it comes to gematria. And breadcrumbs that people perceive in terms of the way that the numbers line up, I don't buy. And I'll tell you why. Because in the same way there's many different languages, we might be using a Latin language to communicate right now, but ultimately you could be using a completely different structure of language. right? You could be using Mandarin. Well, equally, in mathematics, you could be using many different structures to describe things in mathematics that aren't the 1 to 10 or 1 to 9 number structure that we use, and qualifiable and useful for similar tasks with a different language. Now, when you see these correlative after the fact through the lens of gematria or numerology patterns building up, I see that as someone holding up a lens that shows them how that number convention can be formulated and show patterns. That's all I see it as. But, I've over the course of Flat Earth, it's one of the lesser irritating subjects that gets covered in the conspiracy realm, mainly because it seems to me that, although I'll confess I don't understand most of the time what's being explained when it is explained, which often it isn't, it seems to be of people who are a little bit more intelligent, a little bit more learned, a little bit less to jump to weird conclusions, generally, even though it's perceived by me as a bit weird, I'll be honest. But there we go. I'm still open to it, like Adam said, and occasionally when it gets... Go on.
If you're looking at Hebrew and stuff like that, and this is what the 1500s for, is to try and, with John Dee, is to get this gematria useful in English. As for its usefulness, I don't know on its significance, but I do. The only support I would say is it in the ancient world and in ancient languages, numbers and letters had meanings. This is why in the Bible you'll see the number of the beast. That these things have, certainly in ancient languages, real significance. All the names have a number, an assignment to it, and it has significance. Whether, like I say, you can translate over into English and it have the same meaning, I don't know, but I'll say this.
Sure, but when I've had that explained to me in the past, I've postulated some of those assertions that I've had put to me, and I haven't accepted them necessarily, but I've put them to Christians. I've said, how would you feel if I described this passage from the Bible as being interpreted as a description or even a manual for conception to childbirth? Now, I know it's a story about a woman going into the woods, but can you understand that I can decode that thus and give you a manual for how that might occur in terms of the metaphor of the story, right? That's how it's been explained to me in the past, using numerology and code and blah, blah, blah. Not enough for me to sound intelligent and pretend that I know I'm explaining back now, because this is a long time ago, or a reasonable time ago for me to not give a concise summary. But that's not important. What is important is when I've put that to a Christian, heresy, blasphemy, evil, no, how dare you, would be the response I got. When referencing the Bible.
Yeah, but see, what I say about numerology is numerology transcends beliefs and languages and different things. It's to do with the numbers.
It is a language.
And for instance, yeah, but it's numerology. What I said earlier, the people that possibly know more about this and have known more about this for a long time, that we are basically on the same side as, but in kind of opposition of, is people like the Freemasons. I don't know what they know or what they don't know, but numerology has always seemed to be very important to them, and groups very similar to them, but them in particular. And things like just two examples. The words globe model, that becomes number 9 numerologically. The number of the beast, what they call the number of the beast, which is 666, that's 9. Now, lots of things are 9 numerologically if you do it that way from nature as well. 9 just has some super significance to it, and I don't know how it works out, or the full extent of it. And I can't use it directly as an argument, but it's strange that so many things, including nautical miles, the thought mile, all this all comes back, it all connects to 9. So there is something there.
Do you
But
know what
I can't use it as an argument.
Do you know what 669 is?
No, I don't.
669?
Well, if I add them together, I'd know it'd be like, what is it, 12 and 9, 21, is it?
It's the fax number of the beast. With that, I'm going to say if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering Stream, then stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow. Unfortunately, though, if you are watching this live, this is where we bid you farewell. So a huge, massive, enormous thank you to all of you who smashed the super chat, liked, commented, shared, subscribed, hit the PayPal link and thanks button and all that good stuff. Another massive thank you to today's Discord and G Plus panels for making today's live show possible. Once again, stay tuned if you are watching on either Premiering Stream. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!
Have to make that logical.
Do the people who teach people in school and university are they Freemasons or people like that? Because Freemasons are the people who have an interest in numerology and seem to hold it with some reverence or whatever. So do you think Freemasons believe that it's a globe, considering the square and compass is their their symbol?
Absolutely, that's what they teach.
Well,
absolutely, that's what they teach. And unless you have a citation that says that otherwise, that's what they teach.
Yes, exactly. They're in the same heliocentric mind view in public as they would be for anyone else. And Chris Monk, who is an ex-Freemason who turned back to the globe, was explaining to me how he was led into the information. How much of this is true, I don't know, but I can only go by my second-hand account that was given to me by an ex-Freemason, who may have been a current Freemason, who knows. In any event, he explained that one day he was describing some aspect of heliocentrism to somebody higher up in the lodge, and they just chuckled and said, "You don't think the Earth's a ball, do you?" Or words to that effect. Just subtly dropped in a notion of sphericity being incorrect, and when the question was brought up, it was just pointed out that it doesn't work because Earth's not a ball, but in a very subtle way that wasn't laboured. So that was the account that I got in terms of, generally speaking, you might get privy to that information from a higher up Freemason who's in your lodge, if you're lucky, but it's maybe one of the million secrets that they've got that they might subtly let you in on just because you're part of the lodge and they trust you in that moment. But no, they're all heliocentrists. The crux of they're heliocentrists.
Yeah, but see, look, this is the thing about it. I would say that you don't get to become a 32nd or 33 degree Freemason if they think that you're not up to it. You know what I mean? If they think that you're just so stuck on a globe that telling you the truth is something that you wouldn't be able to handle, you wouldn't tell you it. Chris Monk never went back to the globe. He went back to a belief. He never went back to the globe. He knows it's not a globe, but it's easier to live that way. Freemasons, they're not stupid. The higher level ones, they're not stupid. They have had too much control and power. They have too much influence in business and stuff like that. They're not stupid. So there's no way that I'm going to be convinced that higher level Freemasons think it's a globe. Maybe lower level ones and the ordinary everyday Joe Soap does. But that's because they're told it is. What does being told mean?
Well, indeed, exercising a bit of self-discipline and finding out, researching, checking, isn't something that you're necessarily encouraged to do in the general Western world. And in terms of the Freemason lodges, it's shrouded in mystery and, ritual and various other crap that, I don't know, people with power want to hide certain pieces of information to keep control of the masses. I mean, this is base level stuff that we covered back in 2015, really, isn't it?
Isn't it the lure of secret societies that people fall for? Oh, I'm going to know something nobody. So it's pride and secret society. I got something on the average fellow guy.
Yeah, that happened as soon as Flat Earth appeared on the scene. There were certain members of well, one guy in particular who won't name and shame, whose opinion was exactly that. Okay, check it out. We found out a secret. Why don't we just keep it that way? You know, so next time you're talking to average normie, and you can just know to yourself that you know something they don't. Why do you have to spread it? Was his attitude. What's in it for you spreading it to everybody? Just know and get on with your day.
Well, the thing is claiming an entire organization is privy to some knowledge that you don't know if they're privy to it's a baseless assertion. There needs to be more evidence than that to make that claim.
Okay. How do you measure a consistent curvature with a square and compass?
And how is this going to...
That has nothing to do...
Yeah, this is non sequitur, Brian.
Not really. That's their symbol, square and compass. That's
And
the
therefore...
symbol that they use. John,
okay, it's like saying that Bezos guy's got a feather for his symbol. If I start asking you and quizzing you about feathers and their aerodynamic properties, and I'm like, yeah, but because... Actually, that does tie in quite nicely. I'm going to shut up.
Hold on, let me try. I'll do it.
It is what I deserve.
I'll do what Nathan was trying to do. Okay? Brian, you have 3 circles in your symbology. So you're obviously claiming to be God, or you wouldn't be using 3 circles.
My symbology? No, that's an old Celtic representation of something. That's not mine. I don't own that.
That's what somebody claiming to be God would say when questioned on it. That's exactly what they would say.
So you claim it, I think I'm God. Brilliant. I can assure you I'm not.
That's the same laugh that we get. That exact laugh is the laugh that you get off an anti-flat earther when they realise what's going on. We all hear it once in a while. In fact, almost every time we get an anti-flat earther actually debating us here. At some point, that will be the laugh. That laugh that Brian just did.
So, are you saying that I'm? What are you saying?
I'm saying that it's the moment when the penny drops.
The symbol that John is talking about that I have in my on my thumbnail or whatever. That symbol, I actually do know about that, but I can't talk about it. I do know about that.
Because you're just making your point even better.
Yeah, but it's not my symbol. It's an old symbol. And it's found in other places, not just in the Celtic world. But the point I'm making is what I would say about, like, I can't go and prove outright that the high-level Freemasons know the earth is flat. But what I would say is traditionally they were surveyors and engineers and things like that. And they were in charge of construction, and the engineering and the surveying of the land we're on and the world we live in. They are the ones who were possibly, it's maybe their forefathers that did this. So I would find it hard to believe that they, especially with the square and compass being their symbol, I would find it hard to believe that they believe it's a globe when everything that their forefathers would have done would have been measuring flat.
Well, hang on. We've got NASA documents, Martin Marietta documents, McDonnell Douglas documents, Lockheed documents. I could go on. We've seen them. They're talking about their instrumentation and their airplanes and jets and whatever. All were done on a what? Surface? Non-moving, stationary flat Earth? We have all that in print we've posted them. You don't need to go into a secret society to know the earth is flat. They all know the earth is flat.
Well, if they know about cartography, and I happen to know that cartography is also among their circles, then they know it's flat. Because you have to know it's flat in order to do it right, as we've learned.
Yes,
That's
exactly,
correct.
Alvin. The Ordnance Survey maps are the most accurate maps we have, and Ordnance Survey maps are Cartesian XYZ grid maps, flat plane coordinate maps. I mean, I think John refracted curvature. I think, no offense to him, because I really think he's brilliant, but he's a globe-towered apologist, isn't he? Sorry, John. You know,
Those are
it's like,
fighting
I don't
words.
mind an ad hom every now and again.
Sorry, do you want to expand
I
on
just
that?
like
Why
evidence.
would you
Especially
lay
if you're
such
making an outstanding claim against someone.
yeah, why would you lay such a claim at his door, Brian?
because John, I think personally that John, I'm going to say it outright, John, right? I think that you feel a little bit of embarrassment that you held on to the globe for so long.
Hey, that's not what we asked. Oh, stop.
That's what I think.
Stop. That's not what we want to get into. What I prick my ears up. You
But
said he was
you
a
asked me, so I'm telling you.
globe-tard apologist. That's what you said. That's what I want you to expand on.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to expand on. And I think that John maybe feels a bit embarrassed that he held on to the globe for so long. And maybe he's thinking, well, if I could do that and I work off of logic, then that could happen to anyone. And it's true. It could.
Or the other way.
Stop.
He has-
Hold on, Ted.
Hang on.
Hold on. Where was him being a globe-tard apologist in that? There wasn't.
Well, there is, and he's always trying to find a way where people might have just fooled themselves, or it's like, to me, John, it's like you have a bias in one direction that it's more slightly ignorance as opposed to malice. And most of the time he's right. Go on, John. Kent.
Can we not?
I was going to say, the way I read John,
twice.
the way I
now
read
10th
John,
is after 10th. Can John actually respond? Go ahead, 10th.
yeah, the way I see John and hear him and observed is that he has empathy for people who are where he was, because he realizes he was there and why he came out once he saw the truth, and he doesn't want to equate purposeful something to that when he could have his own testimony of, hey, I believed it until I realized it wasn't a measurement. I came out. Now we get some live glober on the show or anti-flat earther. It depends. Maybe anti-flat earther is different, but just a normie. John's got empathy because that's where he came from, and there's nothing wrong with having empathy from coming from
well,
a
it's
lie.
here, so go ahead, John.
Well, this is all being framed within a false dichotomy of either it's a true or it's a lie. And people can just be wrong. And I don't think that's explored enough. I think it's just ignorance. And that's pure and simple ignorance. But it could be, all sorts of stuff.
But it's not
more
ignorance.
often than not, it's just ignorance.
But if we go back to what Kent said a few minutes ago, it's not ignorance when they're actually literally telling you from McDonnell Douglas, Lockheed Martin, NASA, Boeing, that they're dealing with a flat and stationary plane. They're flying over. That's not ignorance. It's not ignorance when they measure it flat and then decide to add in an R value.
I bet you they throw in a lot of weasel words. I bet you there's a lot of those weasel words that Nathan calls them, where they're saying it's easier to describe it as a flat stationary plane.
Yeah, I can't. I haven't read all of the documents, only parts of them. So yeah, I'll take that on board. But
Bloody globe earth apologist.
Yeah, bloody globe earth
I'm calling
apologist.
Occam's razor.
Yeah, but he's absolutely
before you
right.
shave.
Well, but hold on, you can't level that as his duck. So I agree. When you were saying it earlier, what went through my mind was Andrew Thomas Young, with his descriptions of measuring refraction off a plane, and then following that up by saying, "But the Earth is not flat."
Exactly. I don't think that he's knows that it's a flat plane and why it's a flat plane. He's just dealing with the fact that it is a flat plane, but he believes it's a sphere. and that's where you get this, ridiculous religion from.
Well, hang on.
No, he just can't handle it. So he's literally double thinking it in plain sight. So he knows it, but he can't accept it. But he has to. He has to use it, right?
My mind also went to Andrew Thomas Young, like you, Nathan, the minute it happened, because here's a guy who says all his calculations for refraction came off a flat plane, and then immediately afterwards with exclamation point. But we know the Earth isn't flat. Okay. So what's happening there is a bit of cognitive dissonance, I think, because to him, that whole geometric horizon thing is a thought experiment. So he's really in this swirl of, it's got to be a globe, but then I got this thing. So, okay, that's a thought experiment. Okay, well, how do you get a globe from a thought experiment? I mean, an actual globe. Doesn't it have to have curvature for it to be a globe?
Well, what would you call sophistry? Well, hold on a sec. What would you call sophistry without the intent? Because I think that's what the globe is. It's, it's overcomplicating something that's not that complicated in an attempt to prove something that's true, that isn't true, to be true.
Well, the originators are sophistry. The followers may fall into what you're saying.
Well, what I would use in my defense is I'm finding it extremely difficult to get the pitch data from 10 commercial international flights. I can't even get it from one. I mean, it's pitch data. What's the problem? Why, if they're all globers and there's no big deal, why is the pitch data so difficult to get? Before COVID times, there was 10,000 flights a day going on around and across the world. So why is it so hard to get something as simple as pitch data? What's the problem? We have commercial pilots who argue. 1 second, we have commercial pilots who claim to be globers and try to argue with us. Yet none of them will get the pitch data. What's the problem? Go on, Ted.
Well, either the data exists and it's going to hurt their point, or it doesn't exist, right?
And does the data exist? Of course it does. All the data exists. I know it exists. I've been told it exists.
Well, right,
because that's false dichotomy.
No. I mean, they know everything about right, left, up, down, this degree, that degree. It's all has to be there. It's important to anytime you got a rocket or an airplane up in the sky. And here Brian is saying, I just want this one morsel that seems not to be broadcasted openly. Can you show it to me? Because if you do, it's going to really prove something. But they don't want to show it, is what I hear Brian saying.
Yeah, it will either prove or disprove the globe plane. How come it's such a simple thing? It's not even going into, I don't even need the trust data. I can go without that because that's going to be powered. That's going to be connected to fuel usage and other things. Don't need all that. It's simple pitch data. Can't get it. I mean, I can get it supposedly if I have a lot of money to get it. I think it could be 100,000 up to 1 million plus. I don't know, just to get the data from one flight, something like that. It's like there's a money wall, supposedly in the way. That's what I'm told. And I've even had pilots outside of, like, our enemy, outside of Wolfie and other people on the opposite side, pilots who have nothing to do with this. My friend's friend, one of my friend's best friend, is a captain, and he couldn't get it for me. He can read it if I can get it, but he can't get it for me. He can't get it for me. So what's the problem? If they're all so ignorant, then just give us the data.
Well, doesn't one cancel the other one out if they're all admitting it's a stationary, motionless Earth, flat plane? There is no correcting for it, if you're flying over a curve.
Well, yeah. Well, what's there to be scared of? I mean, if all the data supports the official belief, then what's the problem? I can't call that ignorance.
Well, it's their information, isn't it?
Yeah, but if they're gonna share information with the public of just about any part of it, why did they hold that one back? Is Brian's point.
So they need a reason not to share information with you.
Look, you can pull up a schematic and find just about anything you want to know about a 747. Brian's point is, why aren't they showing this, which is integral to the argument?
Yeah, John, what you're saying there, John, is what I used to hear back in 2015, which was, why does NASA need to put extra cameras onto things just for you flat earthers?
Yeah, I don't understand that. Why would they need to? There's no such thing as a sky vacuum. Why would they need to waste time doing that?
Why would they need to give us the proof?
Yeah, why would they need to give us the proof? Just because you don't believe. That's what I'm hearing there. When you said what you just said there at the end about, it's their information and they don't have to give it to you, and they don't under blah blah. It's like whatever way you want to word it. There's no.
Go ahead and give me your social.
It's a complex reversing the burden of proof, right?
Yeah.
Yes, that's exactly what it is. Give me your social, or you're a communist.
So no, who said that about socialism or communism? I didn't say about that. I'm talking about the pitch data they can't get.
I'm just saying, if you don't give your information, then you're obviously hiding something, right? So give me your social, or you're a communist.
Well, it's not. But this is a geometric information, would it not be? I mean, the point is that someone might have a reason to hide being a socialist or a communist, but they have no reason to hide the pitch data, other than it disproves the globe claim, which it does.
Has anybody asked them why you can't get the data?
Sorry, John?
If you're entitled to this information, has anybody asked why they won't give the information? Or are we just making assumptions? Is there like a statement from the airline saying that we won't give you this information because?
Well, I don't know why I don't know why it's so difficult to get. All I know is I haven't been able to get it so far. I've been told it's going to cost a lot of money that I don't have. The point is that I don't have the information. It's pitch data. I mean, what's the problem? It's not as if it's really secret, world, like it is. See, that's the problem. It is world-changing data. But it shouldn't be. If it's just pitch data and it supports the globe, what's the problem? What's the problem? I mean, you can see it has, that's their information. They don't have to give it to you. And you can't claim that they're lawyers or that they're hiding something when you don't know it. Well, I can't claim that they're lawyers or hiding something, but I know this much, that pitch data would prove or disprove whether the Earth is a globe or not. And that's the one thing I can't get.
Brian.
Yeah,
let me cross examine. All right, John, go and then I'll go.
I was going to say, just because someone doesn't share information with you doesn't mean. I mean, we know it's a flat plane. We know that now. We have a positive claim. We know how the globe was built. I just don't see that the pitch data is going to prove anything any more than we already have.
It would prove, because I could bring it. It would prove, because then I could then demand statements out of airline companies and aerospace engineering companies, and you could bring them to court. You could go on to national television with this data. The point is that nobody could argue with it, or it could be debunked, one or the other. But I won't know because I can't get the data. Go on, Tim.
Yeah, let me cross-examine you just so we get to the point. Why do you want the pitch data? What would it serve for you if you had it?
Because then I have official data from official sources from 10 different commercial flights that show that the plane is not doing any correcting, because it can't. We already know, because of the lift effect, it can't do any correcting for a globe Earth, because that's what it will prove, or will prove that it is correcting for a globe Earth, and I'm totally wrong.
Okay.
Now, I don't believe for a moment it's going to do the latter, but that's beside the point.
Okay, is there a claim from pilots who are on the globe side that the instrumentation and the way these things are built automatically adjust to the curve of the Earth at any given speeds, whether it's 1,000 miles an hour or 500 miles an hour in a commercial jet?
Yeah, there's claims.
Objection.
I'm cross-examining. We have to allow.
Yeah, and I'm objecting to your question, Tenth. I'm objecting to your question because you're voiding the operators as a claim of that they're somehow a specialist on the shape of Earth. So no.
No, we're talking about the claim from pilots who are on the anti-flat Earth side saying it does do this. Are we not, Brian?
Yeah, we have anti-flat earthers who are pilots who have made claims that they haven't made direct claims that they're adjusting for curvature, but they've made indirect claims that the aeronautics, what they call the aeronautics in the aircraft, which is the onboard computer system and stuff, and there is direct claims out there that supposedly corrects, but it doesn't. I know it doesn't. I know what it is that they're claiming that it does. It doesn't. It's actually one of the things that because the pilots who are claiming these things are lacking in understanding and information. One of the things that they are claiming corrects for the curvature is accelerometers. But as we know, accelerometers are one of the 5 super flat Earth proofs concerning aircraft. The accelerometer doesn't change its direction of hang on, John. The accelerometer doesn't change its direction of down with the exception of takeoff and landing.
This is the point. The pilot is not a subject matter expert in cosmology or cosmogony, right?
Yeah,
and
that's great.
It'd be like saying the village idiot has claimed that you are a communist, therefore give me your social or you are.
Yeah, that's great, but I'm not asking them for pitch data. I'm not asking them for pitch data, am I? I'm asking the higher ups. I'm asking for home base. I'm not asking.
Right. The village idiot made a claim. Now you're asking the mayor for information to disprove what the village idiot said.
I'm looking for hang on. There's a lot more than the village idiot making claims. There's a claim we live on a globe, John. And there's a claim that we have aircraft. And the aircraft bring people around our world. And it's inferred that these aircraft fly around the globe when they don't.
Well, it's even a miracle. Here's the village idiot is a pilot.
Well, he's just an operator of the machine. He's not an expert on Earth.
Well, yeah, so I'm going to the experts. I'm going to their experts looking for the pitch data.
Did the experts make a claim about the pitch data?
I haven't been able to talk to their experts.
That's what he's trying to ascertain. That's the whole point. He's trying to ascertain that because the village idiot pilots are saying it does.
Well, if I can get the pitch data, well, if I can get the pitch data, I won't need their experts, will I?
So you're looking for proprietary information. You're looking for proprietary information on a claim that no one has made. They're not going to just give it out to you.
They are making it. Okay, are they making the claim the Earth is flat, John?
What?
Are these experts making the claim that the Earth is flat? These aeronautic.
Well, I guess you can interpret they are.
Experts. Sorry?
Yeah, you could interpret it that way if you look at all the documents they've released.
Yeah, but I'm asking about claims. You asked me about claims, so I'm asking you about claims. Are they going around claiming to their friends and family and everyone they work with that the Earth is flat? Has aerospace been doing that for the past 60 years?
No.
No, right. So I would have to take it that these people are claiming a globe.
Look, this is very simple. Let me just summarize it and then both of you go at it. If I go to a pilot and I say, or say 10 pilots, doesn't matter. And I say, hey, since you're flying that plane at 30,000 feet and you're going, say, from California to Japan, are you adjusting for the curvature of the Earth manually by pitching down so that your altitude remains the same so you don't fly off into space? Or how is that done?
Well,
What's he going to say?
But this is the thing. They can say what they want. This is the thing. They can't do that because they won't have positive lift. They can't fly at cruising altitude. A commercial airliner flying at cruising altitude has to fly with its nose above horizontal to have.
No, I get that.
It'd be better to take this argument up with a submarine because they have to control for their pitch in a submarine, and their speed doesn't determine.
No, you're right. Submarines is a good argument too, but the average everyday person doesn't get to be in a submarine. The average everyday person can get into an airplane and fly from one country to another. And that's why the airplane argument is better, because it's more, it's a mode of transport that more people can avail of.
No, I totally get it. And the reason I said it is because I know that when you take off, the beverage carts are locked down and put away. And when you reach level flight, which is the duration of most of the flight time that you're up in the sky, other than descending, where the beverage carts are back into their lockable positions, the steward or stewardess comes by. You can see the cart going by you. You can see the drinks are poured into plastic glasses. You can see the level of liquids are level. You can drink it. I mean, it's telling you you're flying at 30,000 feet and it's level flight. So the question is, if you're going to compensate for the curvature of the Earth, how is that being done incrementally? If I can't even say the word right, is it done manually or is it done through the actual cruise control or whatever they want to say?
It's not done at all. It can't.
I know. I'm just saying this is
impossible.
The beginnings. This is the beginning stages of the questioning. So then Brian says, well, look, Mr. Pilot, since you don't do it manually, and since you have to have nose up above horizontal.
No, hang on. I have to stop you, Kent.
Well, let me finish first.
You're going into the weeds. Go on.
Yeah, I like the weeds. Anyway, so Brian says something to the effect of, okay, well, we know that in order to have nose up in the air above horizontal to have the flight, how are you compensating for this? Can I get the pitch data? That's why you're asking for it.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what claims they make, because whatever asinine claims are made by pilots, you can't hold positive lift, right, in a commercial airliner flying at cruising altitude, which could be flying in a direct horizontal for thousands of miles, without the nose being above horizontal. Planes can't hold positive lift unless their nose is above horizontal. There is one particular type of wing that can hold a certain amount of positive lift at about -2 degrees below horizontal, right? But anything below zero is considered a descent. A descent is anything below zero. So no matter what, all the cambered wing does is slow down the descent. It's still going to be a descent. The point is that you can't have there's no positive lift possible unless I won't even say just positive lift. There's no way to get from A to B without flying with the nose of that aircraft like at cruising altitude, without the nose of that aircraft being above horizontal. It's impossible to happen.
Right, but Brian,
hang on. 1 second. Can you violate horizontal? As in, can you create a new horizontal whenever you want? Or is horizontal always a constant? How do you break horizontal and create a new horizontal? How do you do that? You can't. Zero is always zero.
I agree. But see, here's the point. Then why even ask for the pitch data? That's your killer point. But I was in a conversation mode of saying how you get them to that point eventually. You say, no, you can't because okay, well then if you can't, then why even concern yourself with the pitch data?
Well, I want the pitch data because all I have is my words. And regardless of how correct I am, I'm not a pilot. I don't work in aerospace. So consequently, I can be fobbed off and hand waved. If I have the pitch data from 10 commercial flights, long-haul commercial flights, it doesn't matter, they don't have to be very long-haul, just 10 commercial international flights, the pitch data from 10 of those, then I have official data, not just my words. Because we're all speaking truth here. But people can decide not to listen to us because, well, you're not a surveyor, or you're not an astronomer, or you're not a scientist. You know, that's why.
No, I know, but you criticize me for having a conversational step by step up until that point where it's like, well, you can't even do this thing. But you don't want to go through the conversation. You just want the pitch data, but the guy's not trying to figure out why you want it. So you gotta have that mode to where, oh, I see what you're saying. It's an impossibility. And if you had the pitch data, then you could prove it through the actual sources.
So
Well, yeah,
basically you have to go on a fishing expedition. You have to go on a fishing expedition to violate somebody's constitutional right to privacy. It's what it's coming down to.
A right to privacy. I mean, I'm not looking to go into someone's house and see what they're doing in their toilet. You know, I'm looking for pitch data from international flights where people from all over the world flew on. You know, a publicly used airline flights. I mean, that's not exactly privacy, is it?
They're owned by private corporations, yes.
They might be owned by private corporations, but it's not as if you're looking in someone's window.
You relinquish it. That's how it works.
Hey, Brian, let me ask you a question.
If you choose to relinquish it, then nobody can stop it, right?
What do they use to monitor
it's their choice.
Is it a gyroscope?
Their choice.
What do they use to monitor their pitch? Is it a gyroscope?
Attitude indicator.
Attitude indicator.
It's primarily just the altitude indicator.
We could do that ourselves. We have a bunch of people that probably fly in the FE community. Just get them to get the data.
Well, my point is
not altitude, not altitude,
anything...
attitude indicator.
Right, but that's only the relationship between the surface and your actual position. That's not giving you the angle in relation to that.
It is surface. Attitude. No, attitude, not altitude. Attitude indicator, not the altitude indicator.
Aptitude with a P. Aptitude.
Attitude.
Attitude.
No, attitude. ATTITUD. Attitude indicator, and that it references horizontal, and the airlines pitch above or below horizontal. The nose of the
I was just thinking,
or the fuselage.
I was just thinking, like, would it be possible to use these instruments like on a boat and see if there's any change over a long distance course?
Well, I mean, that's a good idea because, I mean, basically, if you're moving forward in a boat, if it's a smaller boat, especially, then you're going to have a pitch up at the front of the boat. You know, so you could do it that way. You could show, you know, it depends on the water you're on too. It's very choppy water. The nose will be up and down. But generally, the nose, you could do it. But how would you? I mean, the amount of money it would cost to get an attitude indicator onto a boat and have it do what it does on a boat, I don't know what that would cost. And would it prove anything when it comes to the gyroscope? But hang on, is that? I see this is the problem. I don't mean to put down what you're saying, but is that official data from airline companies that you can bring to court, that you could put on national TV? That's the point I'm making.
Well, I mean, it's a start, right? Like, it's a start to raise question with an honest perspective of, you know, viewing these instruments over a distance and a period of time. And, you know, with all that put together, there should be some deviation if there's ferocity to the surface.
Yeah, but the thing about it is that the instruments aren't in question. You know, the only thing that's in question is why they won't give us the data. Well, they will if we pay a lot of money. You know, the instruments do what they do. Sorry, Adam.
No, I was just going to say that the reason that I like for you asking for the pitch data is because, again, I want to expose the little instances that are weird where they don't want to comply. This would be one of those. And if we could get awareness around that, like why wouldn't you get that data? Like, what's the big deal? You know?
Y'all see the picture on the screen. Y'all see the picture on the screen on Nathan.
What, with McTwo?
No, the horizon, yeah. The dip correction from the astronomical horizon or sensible horizon. A parallel, flat baseline. It's over right there. That answers all these questions at sea or anywhere. The Earth is flat in order to get an elevation angle.
Yes, but
well, the thing that's bothering me is that we're going to. It seems like we're using argument from silence fallacies to say, why aren't they giving us this? And other
that's not an argument.
for them to give up their private information. It is their private information. They don't have to give it to you.
But Eli just told you there.
Yeah, but it's not an argument.
Why aren't they giving me this information?
Right, but that's not an argument. Just like they make everyone insinuate what the model is. That's why a lot of people make up their own stuff as Globers, right? We're just wanting people to have genuine curiosity because we know they're lying, and we want people to have a curiosity around where a truth should be. There should be a truth here.
That's false dichotomy.
No, it's not an argument. What are you talking about? False dichotomy.
They're lying. It's either true or they're lying.
No. The fact that the Earth is a globe is definitely a lie. Stop worrying about how people feel, because I'm never talking about people. I'm always talking about methodology or epistemology. So in that case, psychologically, a person should want to uncover mysteries. So if there are flat earthers out there and they're asking, can we get some pitch data? We don't really want it. It's not an argument, but we do want people to question if that's really relevant and why, because we want them to look into the topic in general. It's not an argument.
I'll agree to that.
Hello, I've
It's not an
been
argument.
planning for quite a while to do this exact experiment. I've got a vertical gyroscope. It's mechanical, and I've got all the wiring hooked up so that I can run it separate from the systems of the airplane. And I've run several tests with it. You know, it maintains rigidity, obviously. Even I've ran it for 24 hours. But my plan is to take this running on a battery system into my brother-in-law as a pilot, and I'm trying to plan a time to bring this setup that I've put together and record that in his airplane over probably a 3 or 4 hour flight. And once I do it, I will definitely share it. But obviously anticipating that there's no deviation from the XYZ axis of the gimbal.
Okay, first things first. You said it remains rigid, right? Or words to that effect. I can't remember the exact words you used.
Yeah, the gyro remains rigid.
Okay.
So the axis from the rotor is spinning on a vertical axis. That's why it's called a vertical gyroscope. And it's within a gimbal XYZ axis, which allows it to move freely within the whole setup, the apparatus. And so the axis remains rigid from its starting point. So it starts with the access point before you take off on the flight, and then it remains that rigid vertical throughout the whole flight.
Okay, so no, there's a lot of people under the misapprehensions that gyroscopes drift, and it suggests to me that people don't understand the principles of gyroscopic motion in the first instance when they describe gyros as drifting. Now, you started by saying, obviously it remains rigid, it's a gyro, right? Which is why I wanted you to labour it, because clearly you understand this.
What I would say
there
about
is
it is,
actually some drift in mechanical gyroscopes because of the in the bearings there can be friction, and that can cause precession. So, but the
But
more
that's mechanical
precise
failure.
gyroscopes that are
Guys, can you just let him? Just let him.
I mean, I was in touch with a geodesic specialist for one of the state universities here in America, and he said all of the navigational mechanical gyroscopes have more than enough sensitivity to even measure the rotation of the Earth.
well,
So
what I would
that
say about
sensitivity would be they do have some precession, but it's so minuscule that it could even measure definitely 15 degrees of rotation per hour.
Sure. If the physical base was attached to a sphere Earth that was turning, it couldn't not drift at 15 degrees an hour. It would have to drift at 15 degrees an hour because the base is physically moving, and that drift in the cage would be demonstrable in a gyroscopic motion. Now, you're saying there is potential drift because of bearings. Now, Arwin piped up and was like, that's a mechanical defect. Well, yeah. What Arwin's saying is, if it doesn't function perfectly, because you've got resistance of two things literally in contact with one another, and that causes drift, that's a mechanical deficiency. However, we have bearings that are good enough to be put in motion and stay in exactly the same position for a day and a half without any input whatsoever.
And that's why these are so precise. They've got the best bearings available, and that was the fault of Leon Foucault, that he did this test with a gyroscope to measure supposedly the rotation of the Earth, but his gyroscope, he could only crank it up with his hand to only, I don't know how many RPM it was going, but certainly not 20,000 RPM like the modern gyroscopes used, and it only ran for a couple minutes. And so he was supposedly measuring 15 degrees per hour in that short amount of time, which is just not possible.
Right, he didn't have it running for an hour. But not that it matters, because obviously you can extrapolate up once you've got it for a certain amount of time, which is what presumably Foucault was claiming. But the quality of his bearings, the quality of his gyro was so crude that you could almost certainly ascribe some of his deviation, if he observed it at all, if this story's true, to the mechanics and the insufficiency of the bearing. Whereas modern bearings, with a much, much finer tolerance to them, don't exhibit the drift.
The Foucault pendulum, I think, was the most he would have got. I think they worked it out as about 600 RPMs.
Which is pathetic.
And that was, compared to, and that is at the max. It would have been decreasing from that point. So it's terrible.
Well, that was two different apparatus. The pendulum was a different thing that Foucault did. He also did a gyroscope.
Yeah, I know that, but I'm talking about the gyroscope. In the mechanical gyrocompass, they have to spin up the gyroscope within that for 4 hours before they can use the gyrocompass. Because if they don't spin it up to the correct RPMs, it drifts. There is precession. And it normally precesses, I think it precesses, it's to do with the direction that precesses to do with the direction of the spin of the motor or whatever, the gears.
Yeah, it's the right-hand rule. So, like anything that, and it's strange because this is also seen in electromagnetics, that it's, I guess, vortex. I don't know all the details about it, but the right-hand rule also applies to the gimbal and the gyroscope, and even the induction of electromagnetics in a cable. So it's fascinating how all these things kind of tie together.
That might be just.
Anyway, I just wanted to share with that
about
my plan to do this experiment, and appreciate your guys' discussion. Thank you.
Did really well till you said experiment. It's not an experiment.
Yeah, demonstration.
Perfect.
You taught me about that another
No,
time.
it's okay. It's okay. I'm being pedantic. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, well, I'm going to address what he's talked about doing his demonstration now in a moment. What he just said about the right-hand rule, that could be just coincidence, because the drift in the mechanical gyro compass, when it doesn't have enough RPMs, it's as far as I know, it's connected to the direction that it's spinning. So that's what I could find out, and that's where the drift, that's the direction of the drift or whatever, or that's connected to the drift. But as far as your demonstration goes, it's great that you're doing this, and I don't stop doing it. And I would say for everyone who is a flat earther to do these things. But as far as something official, I couldn't use that as something official. You could show it, but because it's not official, that's why I'm looking for. I'm not trying to compare it, but that's why I'm looking for the pitch data from 10 international commercial flights, because that is official data from official companies that people know and travel with all the time. And that's why and as Eli said, when they won't give it, that causes people to ask the question, why won't they give it? So there's a smaller win on one side and a bigger win on the other side. But I still not trying to say don't do what you're doing, because the more people that get involved in what you're doing, like is your brother-in-law, is it that, or your brother that has that is a pilot? The more people who are pilots to get involved in this, the closer we'll get to getting that pitch data.
I think it's a great way to get people involved and interested.
Hold on. Go on. The guy who's
my thought and why they don't share it is the claim of national security. So the military, and probably American military is the biggest one in the world, maybe other than China, is they don't want this information available because it's a weakness to the enemies. So if everybody's thinking they know how to navigate on an incorrect model, then and you have the right model, you definitely wouldn't want to share that.
But they all have to do the same, regardless of the country. All commercial, like Lufthansa are from Germany, whatever international airline is from Russia, it's all the same. They're all doing the same thing. It's the same pitch data, regardless of the source. Once it's from an official. Sorry?
They've already given rebuttals. When Mark Sargent, he got some data that shows the altitude of plane flights, and it shows this GIF of all the plane flights taking off, flying over a flat graph, and then descending at their destination. And it was for the United States, showing all the east to west travel, and that it was over a flat baseline on the graph. And then the ballers came back saying that flat baseline is equidistant from the center. So that flat baseline is actually around a curve. And then they say that the pitch up angle of the nose is only an effect of constantly flying around a sphere, which constantly makes the nose of the plane. So they poo-poo this discussion. So I'm not sure how definitive pitch angle data will be unless they accept that the baseline is level.
Yeah, but so I don't care what the anti-flat earthers say. They're always going to come up with some rubbish. It's presenting it to the public and what the official stance from the airlines say. Like, I don't care what RailWave says and what nonsense they come up with. If Qantas or whoever have to admit, the data doesn't prove a globe, even that much. Do you know what I mean? If someone like that have to admit, that's the thing. The public don't care about RailWave or whoever else is our opposition. They don't hear them because they are in this corner of the internet with us. But that data shown to the public and could even be brought to court, national television. What if the airlines start coming up with the same nonsense that the anti-flat earthers are coming up with? For a start, that's easily destroyed with the lift effect. Completely destroyed. I could destroy that no bother.
I think the other barrier is the cost, and is it even extractable? Can you extract the data and and display it, or I mean,
all the data is
nobody's
there.
going to
It's
do
all there.
something
All the
unless
data is
it
there.
profits them or they're interested in it. So it
And
probably
all the
takes a lot of
data.
hours to extract it.
No, all the data is there from every flight. They always have the data. All the data that from that flight is always there in the black box. It's always going to at least be in the black box, or they're always going to have it there. That data is constantly being recorded. They always, because especially with a black box, if there's unfortunately a crash or something, they want to know what happened. And if it shows that the airplane started having a pitch down situation happening, but yet the pilots on audio were saying we're trying to get it to go up, that means that they know that there was a problem with the elevators or something like that. So consequently, the plane went down when it shouldn't have gone down. And the pilots couldn't stop it. So they need all that data is there. I have already verified all that data is definitely there. So it's just a case of being given the data, and it's only just the pitch data. I don't need any of the rest of it. But it seems to be very difficult to get it.
I got a quick question. So that's a great idea to get that data. But are there any globe defenders? Is there such a thing as someone that actually defends the globe model? Because all I see are anti-flat earthers anywhere. There's no one saying they even understand the globe claim.
It's a good question. Okay, so yes, there are, but they are kept very much clear of us and anti-flat earthers, who are both equally dangerous in that regard. So you've got many members of your immediate family who fit into the category of person that you've just asked about. Now, they may not necessarily be a knowledgeable heliocentrist, but they're a willing participant in that faith. So, yeah, average normie is your average globe defender. Now, upon a bit of investigation and contradiction being unearthed, they have a crossroads. Realise the inevitability of the failure of that belief, aka becoming a flat earther, or defend it through cognitive dissonance, aka anti-flat earther. But prior to that crossroads, you've just asked, is there anybody who's a normie globe believer? Yeah, the majority of the Western world, mate.
Right. I understand that. I didn't mean belief, though. I meant people that can actually defend the globe math and all that stuff. That's what I meant.
Yeah, but do you mean defend it as in successfully defend it? Because nobody
Yes.
can do that.
They understand that you can see in the black swan way too far in this picture compared to the math. And all you get is people that say, oh, well, it's this or that, but not defend the actual math. That's what I mean.
The math fails. The math asserts that there's going to be a hill in the way at 1.2 miles. It isn't. So it fails. Yeah. There is no defending it.
Yes, it fails. We know
again,
this.
That's the crossroads. So for Paul specifically on the panel, that was his crossroads. You get to that point, and you've got two options. Accept that the model of a sphere Earth with a globe Earth horizon that's physically blocking things has, fact, failed. Or, the other route, explain why the thing claimed to be Earth curve and physically blocking stuff isn't physically blocking stuff. In other words, become an anti-flat earther. That's the crossroads if you've got that question in mind at the beginning of your question.
Got it.
I understand how Elijah feels being called chocolate sometimes.
Say that again.
I said I understand how Elijah feels being called chocolate sometimes.
Yeah, Paul.
Did I call you
Shut
Paul?
up, Paul.
Did I call you Paul? Oh, my bad. You all sound the same to me.
It's because I'm a Southerner and he's a Southerner. Yeah, I know.
That's racist.
So
how dare you?
Yeah, Nathan is 20% Southerner.
I'm 20% redneck.
On screen is the accelerometer data that, 5 years old, I suppose, 4 or 5 years old, this. But when I did, you've seen my flight data presentation, but it was from this. So I went on a flight, got my accelerometer and just filmed it. It's like a 3-minute clip. There's loads of little clips as I'm filming bits and bobs, but as you can see what's happening, look. There's a bit of left to right lean, but what's important is the Y look, and it's fluctuating 2.8, 2.6. At no point does it go to 0 or realign the nose. So this is the point. This is why I did it. You can't get this data. You can't get this vector plotting of what the plane would be getting off its flight data, but you can do it yourself, and you can see that at no point do we have any correction for the accumulating curvature.
I have
Adam,
a question.
that should be called.
I
I
know
just
a
want
lot
to
of
say quick
times.
before you say, just very quickly. All right, go on.
Sorry. All right. I know a lot of times the claim will be brought up that, oh, Bob showed us the 15 degrees with the ring laser gyroscope. I think it was Rick Hummer that did that, and they showed the data with that apparatus. They were able to hook it up to their computer. Maybe that would be a source to seek out for this. But I wonder how they correct for that, either ether drift or whatever during a flight.
Well, you'll have to prove that the thing is precession first in a flight, because the whole point of the light gyros, fiber optic and ring laser, is that they are more reliable than the mechanical gyros, and the mechanical gyros are reliable because they use them for decades. So that's the whole point. I mean, what good would this is what Nathan's point yesterday and his point today. What good would a fiber optic gyro be if it keeps precessing? You know, the whole point of it is that it doesn't keep doing those things. It gives you a solid information.
Did you want to add something, Buzz Lightyear? Buzz
Sorry.
Lightyear. Did you want to add something? No, clearly not.
May I?
Yeah, feel free.
Hello. Okay. Last night I ran into Ruhif for the first time, and he was talking about, I guess, Coriolis drift or something to that effect, and he said something that I just thought it's absurd, but I was curious where he would even get the idea. He ran in some calculation and said that a plane would drift, I guess, at like 0.6 meters an hour or something. That's not correct, but it's close enough. And where would you even get such an idea?
Sorry, according to him, Earth turns underneath a plane at what rate?
He said that the amount of drift from a Coriolis effect in a plane would be minuscule, and that it wouldn't take hours off of a flight from North Carolina to Los Angeles.
So drift is something you'd observe from the ground as the Earth rotates underneath the plane. It's claimed to be 15 degrees an hour. Is Ruhif saying something other than 15 degrees an hour of the Earth turning underneath an aeroplane? Because that's what the claim is.
Yes, he said it would be minuscule and that it would be like 0.6 meters or something. It was absurd.
It's 15 degrees an hour. It's 15
Yeah.
degrees an hour. I mean, I'm more than happy to go toe-to-toe with Ruhif on this. It's 15 degrees an hour.
It's when they try and make it negligible. So yes, we have drift, but it's actually so insignificant.
Just want some acknowledgement of what I've responded to. Yeah. Whatever the anti-flat earther, in this case Ruhif, says, Earth is claimed to turn beneath aeroplanes in this example, according to Ruhif, and there's an ascribed rate that the globe claims backs Ruhif's assertion that Earth is turning beneath aeroplanes. He says a minuscule amount. The globe claims it's 15 degrees an hour. Now I can extrapolate outrun velocity depending on where they claim to be on a spherical Earth, and give you a mile per hour rate that the Earth would be turning underneath the aeroplane in mile per hour, if there's Coriolis effect to observe at the claimed rate of 15 degrees an hour that is the same everywhere. Not minuscule, not wouldn't be corrected for in the plane because that's sod all to do with Coriolis effect, because it's only an effect we observe as we turn beneath things. And the rate that we're claimed to turn beneath aeroplanes, according to the globe, is 15 degrees an hour, which would massively reduce flight times.
Yep. I just thought it was odd that that's what he was claiming, and didn't know if anyone knew where he was even getting that, apart from pulling out of his butt.
Well, he doesn't,
because it doesn't happen.
Well, he doesn't understand the effect more than it doesn't happen. No, it doesn't happen, but he doesn't understand the effect because he's gone into apologetics for how little the plane will experience it, according to what you've just told me. Or the plane doesn't have to do much correction. Really? For a Coriolis effect, is Ruhif as stupid as Wolfie 20? Does he not understand that there isn't any correction for a not actual drift observed as you turn beneath things called Coriolis effect? Ruhif, seems like this is something else that you clearly don't understand if you think you're going to apologise for how little correction a plane takes for Coriolis effect. Sounds like that's what you're doing. I mean, obviously you're not here to challenge, and it's not me personally that you told this to. But if you are claiming there's very little correction for an aeroplane, that's the thing you're observing seem to drift as you turn beneath if you're talking about Coriolis effect. No, definitely no correction in the plane. Sounds like Ruhif just doesn't understand Coriolis effect. Something else he doesn't understand. Shocking.
Ruhif believes in the conservation of stationary momentum.
Fascinating. Meanwhile, the globe claims there's a Coriolis deflection of 15 degrees an hour as Earth turns underneath aeroplanes for us to see them seem to drift, because that's what Coriolis is. He can describe his conservation of angular momentum away from the generalised Western world belief that there's Coriolis effect at 15 degrees an hour. He can describe how his globiolis effect is negligible when there's claimed to be 15 degrees an hour of Earth turning beneath stuff like aeroplanes. He's conceding that Earth's going to be turning underneath them, but then saying it's only a negligible amount. No, it's 15 degrees an hour, Ruhif. Yeah, that ain't negligible, we'd definitely notice. If the claim was true, but you seem to be apologising for how little we'll see the effect from the reference frame of the plane when it's only observable as you turn beneath things if you're talking about Coriolis effect, which I think I'm pretty right in asserting that Ruhif simply doesn't understand, as he's detailing the correction in the plane. Nothing to do with Coriolis, the globe claim.
Well, instead of going for the
As I
okie doke
said,
that he's trying to actually put upon you and telling you how it's negligible, this observation, this illusion from the ground, the plane would actually have to correct for the ground moving underneath it. So that would be the problem that he would have to deal with, not an observation made from the ground of an apparent drift due to the ground rotating underneath him.
the issue is with Ruhif, he thinks he believes in the angular momentum, the conservation of that, but he believes actually in the stationary momentum. That is effectively what he's believing in. He just doesn't think of it as stationary momentum. He doesn't realize that he's comporting to the stationary reality that we're dealing with here in this realm.
Yeah, as I say, he might have his individualistic on his own, alone, away from the Western world belief about negligible effects observed in aeroplanes when detailing his misapprehension about what Coriolis is. Meanwhile, regardless of his singular on his own belief that's contrary to the globe claims that there's 15 degrees an hour turn of the Earth underneath stuff not attached. It's called Coriolis drift. You'll only observe that effect claimed by the globe if you're turning beneath things, and the rate is 15 degrees an hour. That'll be 1,000 miles an hour on the equator. Negligible is irrelevant to the argument because this is some individual dick's opinion about what he thinks his globe belief does. Nothing to do with the Western worldview. That's Coriolis effect. That's you turning beneath at 15 degrees an hour, according to the claim that fails because nothing's drifting away at 15 degrees an hour.
Right, like the globe religion is like but the globe religion is like a seductive guy that's like really good at picking up new chicks, right? But if you actually get to know him, you figure out like it's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. So it only works on the fresh and the ignorant, those that choose to not learn.
Yeah, according to that claim, then that means a plane going from California to New York would absolutely never arrive. It would it would arrive backwards, but it would never arrive.
That's right. It might arrive as the Earth turned at a sufficiently faster rate than the plane was trying to travel towards it, that given enough time and enough fuel, it would eventually come from behind you. if Earth was turning beneath that flight, because the net difference would be a reduced speed and you'd go backwards. Further to that, we've had literally people on the show been led by QE to assert that planes do actually fly backwards.
Aha, good
Nathan
times.
brought up,
Wow.
Nathan brought up a good point. Hold on a second. For goodness sakes. Nathan brought up a good point. It's a subtle point. I want to stress it. Be careful, because those anti-flat earthers will try to do the okey doke on you and switch between angular velocity and forget about tangential speed. So the angular velocity, right, would be 15 degrees an hour, but the tangential speed would be different for each point on their fairy tale globe. So just be careful before you find yourself in a discussion that you're talking about two different measurements. Okay? That's all I want to say.
That was why I didn't press him further on it. I don't think it's a good idea to engage with delusional word wizards above my pay grade.
I like how everybody's using okey doke. That's what's up.
Well, indeed, but what you're arguing with isn't with a globe believer, as we started this conversation with exactly that. You're arguing with one man's view on what he says, his idea of what a sphere Earth would do, and how little he says there'd be an effect to observe. How negligible it would be. That's fascinating. That's just one man's belief about a sphere Earth that Ruhif has created in his mind. Meanwhile, the globe claims 15 degrees an hour drift as Earth turns beneath stuff to cause Coriolis effect. That's what the globe claims. It's just not what he's claiming and asking you to argue with him about. It's just like, leave that delusional idiot to believe in his own little self-deluded idea of what his sphere does. Because it ain't the globe claim.
That's what
one retarded. I'd like to make
is
correction. One retarded man demonstrated. Ruhif's a demonstrated retard. Bring him on here. I'll show you.
He gets a little religious fanatical. It is true.
Go on, Adam.
It was twice to try and agree with you, not to go into this, that, the other, but just to say, Ruhif, it's just straightforward heresy. It's blasphemy. You go home, say 100 praise NDT, yeah, and go back to your globe belief, because whatever you bring in here is irrelevant. Go and serve your penance. Come back with the correct globe rhetoric.
Yeah, don't argue with heretics is the answer to this, overall. Because he's not arguing for a globe. And if you're hoping to argue against the Western worldview that we're living on a sphere that has Coriolis deflection as Earth turns beneath stuff at 15 degrees an hour, then you aren't arguing with that if you're arguing with people like Ruhif. Because he doesn't believe it either. And he's made up his own little belief to replace it.
Yep. Right, but that's not going to work when you descend down into pandemonium, right? You need a route. You need a legitimate cause to enter. And if your consciousness has already violated the conditions of that entry, you're in big trouble. You're going to lose your mind in there. So, Ruhif, wish you the best of luck. This is not going to end well.
I don't give you much of a second thought, I'm afraid, Ruhif, unless you come up and I have to proactively, reactively respond.
He's not coming in here. He'll get his ass handed to him so quick and make his head spin. Nathan, check your messages on Skype at some point.
Okay.
You don't have to do it now.
Well, I'm doing it now.
What I'd say about Ruhif is what he's doing there is pointing out where we won't see the effect that he needs us to see. So it's back to them not being able to prove that the Earth is not stationary, isn't it? That's Ruhif basically giving an acceptance that the Earth is stationary because you can't prove it's not. Because what he's coming up with is just some mathematical nonsense that nobody could ever actually observe. So there is no observation in reality that shows the Earth to be moving. That's what he's actually stating there.
So exothermic is specifically when a chemical reaction gives off heat then?
Exothermic is when a reaction occurs and the energy is giving out, yeah. And then endo is when you need to put energy in the net.
So it's specifically with a reaction at the start, though.
It's a type of reaction, so it describes the energy change of that reaction. So is it a positive change or a negative change? Do you have to put energy in to get the reaction to occur, or does it happen and you get energy given out?
And which one's which?
Exo gives it out. Exo.
Okay, so in other words,
the whole point. Hold on. There is no reaction. I told you didn't have to bring this up.
Rather just know if I've made an error in my linguistic description of entropy in a cup of coffee and I've used the wrong word, aka exothermic, then I just want to know how I've got the meaning wrong without having to look it up on an iPad. I've got humility. I don't care if I've got it wrong.
Yeah, I know you do. So just bottom line, that hot cup of coffee is not a chemical reaction, and it's not just exothermic; it's an exothermic reaction. See it?
Gotcha.
Got it. That'll explain everything. It'll save us about 15 minutes.
No, that was perfect. Thank you for correcting me. I'd rather be corrected. I don't want to live in ignorance. If I'm saying the wrong word, just trying to sound clever. It's just giving off heat.
Exactly.
But while accelerating downwards while sitting on the table.
Indeed, at 9.8 meters per second, as the coffee cup has the table accelerating into it, I think you'll find.
Of course.
If you want to make it sound a bit more physicsy, you could say it as it radiates heat into the environment.
Yeah, that sounds a bit flowery.
Correct.
Are you a member of the Flat Earth Society?
No. I think Mark Sargent does actually carry a card. He joined, according to his story, right early on in his discovery of this subject, and then just joined the Flat Earth Society. Why wouldn't you? Sorry, Adam, go ahead.
No, I held that. He brought it to the first. Or was it the I can't remember. It was the first or the second Flat Earth conference.
Second. It was I was there with you. Yeah, it was the second.
Yeah, I was a bit. Yeah, I think he joined just to see why not. You know what
John,
I mean?
you're unmuted.
Doesn't ascribe you to their theology, does it?
Oh, our refractive curvatures are muted. I wondered where that was coming from. I was looking in Discord for it. I'll mute him. He's obviously walked away.
John, your kids are rumpusing the show.
I've done it. Sorry. That's completely.
You better get yelled at like I do.
Yeah, because he wasn't intentionally rumpusing. Neil's feeling hard done by. If that was Neil interrupting, it's normally because you do it when there's high tension, Neil. Yeah. This is totally. There's no tension at all. There's no tension at the moment.
Right. Neil's a tension breaker naturally.
I was gonna say this show really is therapeutic because you can come on here and listen to the truth, and there's so many lies in the world. It's comforting. So I appreciate all the effort you guys put in.
I like that we're no nonsense here. There's no tolerance for any beliefs. So as much as the name is what it is, it's Flat Earth Debate. We're just as inclined to debate flat earthers if they come up with nonsense assertions as we are anybody else. So, I mean, maybe the name's appropriate, maybe it's not, but ultimately we're just sort of no-nonsense debate.
You have to remember that there's a lot of not on-air stuff of us debating each other that gets us to this fairly unified. I think we're fairly unified. I don't think everybody agrees on everything, but that same level of debate goes off in the after shows amongst ourselves as we, this information isn't just handed to us and these conclusions. They've been worked through, haven't they, with similar
and sometimes it gets heated. It's not like fucking cherries and blossoms. Sometimes it gets some shit.
Yeah, I really appreciate the show too, and thanks for having me on.
Oh, it's a pleasure. Is it Birdman? Birdman. Is that right? Birdman?
Yes, sir.
There's a YouTuber called Birdman. He does commentary videos. I'm assuming it's not you.
No, not at all. Nope. No, it's just a nickname. I had my painting business named Birdman, the rock star painter. So
cool. You gonna tell us more?
What do you want to know?
Well, rockstar painter's fairly vague.
Okay, so I used to have a band when I was a teenager and played guitar and had all original kind of like speed metal music. We never had a singer, and we were wanting to get, go big with it, but I saw the folly of that. Did it for about 10 years. And then because I still am a guitarist and I like to play, when I started painting houses, I named it Rockstar Painter. So I was always called Birdman because my name is Bird.
Wait a second, you kill people? You said you paint houses?
No, I don't kill people. No, I paint houses.
You forgive Neil, he's Italian.
Wait
It's
a second.
little
You
bit
meant
of
Jello?
PTSD flashback. That.
Yeah. I thought the same thing as Neil when he said it.
Jello, like jam.
Neil, sometimes painting houses just means painting houses.
Painting
Yeah,
houses, not carpet.
exactly. Yes, like residential painting, like where people hire me to paint their house and they pick colors and I bring the paint, my ladders, and my sprayer and brushes, and I do the job.
Never heard of it.
No, you've made that sound more like a whack job now.
All of that is code to Neil.
Yeah, you don't do that at all.
That's
So
all
you make
crazy
Jello?
stuff to us.
You horse killer?
Neil is a carpet guy.
Neil's into body
I
disposal.
bet you I got rumpus. I'll guarantee it. Trying to get a word in edgewise on here. It's painful.
Sorry, what are you moaning about now?
Trying to make a little funny. I can't get in because everyone has diarrhea of the mouth.
All right,
We're
then.
talking about how Neil disposes of our metaphorical bodies that we leave behind, right?
Yeah, it's
Neil is our
late
guy.
anyway.
Well, I wanted to hear it, if that means anything.
So, is the Rubber Ducky Life Preserver episode coming out today?
Yes, it's coming out. This is being recorded, so it makes no sense. But yeah, in the timeline that is now for us, nobody's listening because it's being recorded. Yes.
You're welcome. Thank you. You going to clip that out? Run a little short?
I will probably clip it out.
Did we have a rubber ducky debate that I missed?
No,
What
we're talking.
Don't mention the rubber ducky. You're going to
It's
get testy.
It's Rubber Ducky Life
Is the
Preserver.
rubber ducky actually a baby black swan?
No, it's Rubber Ducky Life Preserver. And what we're talking about specifically when we say Rubber Ducky Life Preserver is tossing somebody out of the boat into the ocean wearing a life vest, holding a sextant, and then asking the question, where are you going to correct for dip now?
Nicely done.
But it started being referred to as Rubber Ducky.
Well, no, it's just that's what Hoymar had put to him. That's what Hoymar had put to him, i.e., when he's being tore a new one by 10th Man and Quantum Eraser, at some point, well, that was the main reason he was there, right? That was why he was asked to come in. He disagreed with how Globe acquired dip angle correction. And after disposing with the fact that you can't correct an angle from a curved line, i.e. the refracted horizon non-geometric, well, then you're into what's he actually correcting for and how's it being done. So he's being taken through the process. He's describing it, later to disclaim that he's doing it on a flat plane. But ultimately there's no correction to do if you toss them off the boat. It's because it's your height of eye, isn't it? It's higher eye correction. If your eye's on the water level, there's no correction to do. Hence, rubber ducky life preserver is like the shorthand, which just frustrates me because it doesn't mean anything until you give it a bit of clarity.
All right, I get it now.
Yeah, after a long-winded
What do people?
You can't correct your height of eye if your height of eye is at the water level.
But it's the
Right. What do
reason.
people say about
Sorry.
the periscope? Like where you can see someone 30 miles away through the periscope. What is their claim against that?
It depends.
Refraction.
Just 1
What
second.
else?
It depends. Anti-flat Earth
Yeah.
claim would be, as QE's just said, refraction. So there's a very funny taboo conspiracy video where he's got exactly that. He's got these two dudes talking amongst themselves, looking through a periscope, and deciding which targets they can and can't hit. And the further away ones, well, they're obviously mirages of boats. We can't shoot at those. You know. What about that one? Well, it's borderline. I think half of it's a mirage. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that was a good one. Lovely echo. That it?
I would just like to say that the reason that you do the height of eye correction at all is so you get a horizontal baseline. With the bubble sextant in an airplane, your horizontal is created by the level, the bubble level creates your horizontal. With the marine sextant, it's described as you're using the water, when you jump into the water with your sextant, let's just say, like hypothetically, then the water is your horizontal. So your horizontal becomes the physical earth. That's the point of it. And that's why it's such a strong argument. And our opposition avoid that and have avoided that since this has gone mainstream in our arena. They've avoided that very thing consistently. The surface and height of eye correction.
That's funny, isn't it? They keep asserting some type of a horizontal plane, but then saying that's not the surface we're talking about. It's like, so what are you talking about? Why are you talking about a horizontal plane in the first place? What do you need that for?
Well, that's the thing, you see. With the marine sextant and height of eye correction, then you are talking about the surface. That's the point of it.
Whether it's the surface or not, whether it's just a horizontal plane, the point is for it to be representative, for it to approximate to the surface, for it to be parallel, a parallel plane to the surface that all the calculations will apply to, both outwards and backwards for you to get your fix. That's its purpose. So it's to mirror or to match the flat plane of which you're going to navigate upon.
Wait, so you're using this to navigate on the surface that they're not talking about?
Hold on, I've got Jorge and Chocolate. I heard Jorge first. Sorry, Chocolate.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just saying, how many horizontal planes are there on the sphere?
None.
A sphere doesn't have any horizontal planes, does it?
But that's what I'm saying. Like, what are they talking about? They keep asserting a horizontal plane, but then when we're asking them about the surface, they're like, oh, we're not talking about the surface. Well, then what the hell are you talking about? Are you out of your mind?
Talking about a dingleberry that isn't the surface that they aren't actually navigating. They're talking about their sphere Earth belief that doesn't comport with having a flat plane to measure to get angles. They just don't know it, but they're actually talking about a flat Earth. This is John's point all along, and in the reason he's so confident in going forth and debating wherever flat earthers or anti-flat earthers gather. Because what are they going to do other than concede that that's how they're going to acquire an angle in the first instance? And what are they going to do when they're using the celestial sphere to map out the stars and navigate? They can't do anything else. They've got no choice but to use a flat Earth.
Well then, welcome to Flat Earth. Stacks in the back.
Yeah,
Enjoy.
exactly. Snacks are in the back. DJ's taking requests. Smoke them if you got them.
Love it.
He'll probably want to argue past the point of concession, but I'm not going to give him that either.
Hold on, you've gone all quiet, John. Oh, something's going wrong. Sleeping Warriors joined, that's what.
Damn it, Tony.
I was just going to say that he'll probably want to argue past the point of conceding, but no, I'm not going to give him that either. You know, at the point that he concedes, I'm just going to, park on that.
In other words, the moment he uses a flat Earth, you'll point out that he's just used a flat Earth, welcome him to flat Earth, and labour that point indefinitely. That would be my tact also.
We're roofing here, so I've got another response. I assume he thinks me and John Refract don't talk. Or this is the response I've got, John, and it outlines what he's going to do, yeah, and where the only place he's prepared to go. Because I read the other one and I ended with, "Is it a date then, Buttercup?" So he has come back to me in response to that. We're actually trying to line up a date time for a debate between me and Refracted Curvature on McToon's channel. You should give it a plug on the Flat Earth Debate Show. The topic is show, by way of worked example, that celestial navigation works on your model. So we each get a different set of elevation angles and we have to get the position fixed. John is certainly a brave man to accept an impossible task. You see where he's at? We each a set of elevation angles. He's not going to go there. He's just desperate.
Sorry, correct me if I'm wrong. So let me get it straight. The tact is to use the exact same tact that they've been using for about, how many months is it now?
6
Nearly
or
8
8
months?
Yeah, absolutely.
Sometimes the concession.
Look as if they're being generous. Sorry, Tom.
Sometimes the concession comes first. That's the funny part.
Well, he said model, right? So he's going to use the celestial sphere model. So he's still going to have to argue against that model, I guess.
No, because he's worded it in such a way, look, show that by way of worked example, that celestial navigation, that's one thing, works on your model. Well, we haven't got a model. We've got celestial navigation that we use to navigate with, but they're going to then say, but we've got a ball model that we can transpose it onto, which I would agree they can. They can transpose it onto any coordinate system. As
Yeah, transpose it. It being the elevation angle measurements taken to the stars from a flat plane. They can transpose that onto a globe.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
being
John's
the
point.
coordinate data you get from the celestial navigation.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, so John's right. So they've already conceded before they even start that they're going to be using a flat plane model. And he'll just point that out to them, right?
The topic is show, by way of worked example, that celestial navigation works on your model. Yeah, it's a very...
So celestial navigation uses the celestial sphere model, and that is a flat plane. That's the end. That's done. If that could just be the words that are used.
The lengths of longitude and latitude are from elevation angles of a flat plane, from the north and the south.
Yeah, the answer's within the question. It doesn't limit the answer to be repeated. Well, you've already proposed the flat Earth model that's used when you stated that celestial navigation was the method in the question. So you've already answered it.
It implies.
That's why when they invoke GP, it's already welcome to flat Earth.
Hold on, Jorge. Go ahead, Adam. Sorry.
It implies, look, show by way of works that celestial navigation. So it implies that we accept celestial navigation. Fact, it's given. It's just like the elevation angle. Fact, given. We're not going to challenge that. We're not going to question where it's from. It's just an accepted and given part of the challenge. But the actual part of the challenge is then to take this data and put it onto your model, which in their case will be the ball. This is where they're trying to have their argument.
I see. So his question is, how do you put this flat Earth methodology onto your model? Because I can put this flat Earth methodology onto the sphere.
Yes, but we can't accept that it's flat Earth data. We've just got to call it, as they've said, celestial navigation and be given elevation angles.
That's a flat Earth proof.
But
they're trying to whistle past that, aren't they? It's just whistle past that right, and get to model plotting once you've got all of the information.
What they sound like they're doing is sorry, Brian. Go ahead, man.
The proto fallacy.
No, Chocolate, you go after. You go before me, Chocolate.
Well, I just want John to, because this is mainly focused on him and he's not speaking much if he's still around. This is the proto fallacy, is it not?
Yeah, this is the point at which the proto fallacy will be interjected.
Can you explain, for my audience's benefit, what the proto fallacy is, please, John?
Well, it's introducing your false assumption in early on, so that everything past that will be incorrect. So they've measured flat plane elevation angles. They're using a flat plane model of a celestial sphere, and then they're going to assert it's a globe. I'm just not going to let them do that.
Chocolate, you want to go and I go after?
Yeah, go ahead, Chocolate.
Not what what I was going to say is basically what they sound like is they're asking us what color is the white horse. They're literally giving us their concession already, but then forming it into a question that therefore we need to respond to. It's like, are you guys crazy? That's it.
No, very true. Very true.
Yeah. They're saying take the metric system. Yeah. Here's the metric system. Well, we can convert the metric system into the imperial system. Check it out. Works perfectly. Okay. Now show that the metric system works on your metric model. I'm like, what? What are you talking about? It was already using the metric scale before it was converted to your imperial system. But now we have to convert it back to what it was originally to prove that it works, but interject a model along the way? No.
Yeah, it's a fancy okie doke.
They're trying, like I say, it's that last bit where works on your model. We don't have a model of reality like they're trying to do. So what we do have is a model for navigation. It's called celestial navigation. Yeah, uses the celestial sphere. It's a flat planar model that we use for navigation. That's the only model we have. What they want to do is stick that data onto another model, which is their ball Earth model, which they can do mathematically. Yeah, but we don't need a second model of it. Yeah, because we realize the map is not the reality. Yeah, that's what you're desperately trying to do, and that's a really weak justification to try and show it's a ball by just plotting it onto a coordinate system that could be anything. It does, but it certainly won't be reality.
Well,
they have a grid system. They have a grid system, which is elevation angles from Polaris. Yeah, it's a grid system. It's a ground position. Yeah, or a grid position that is driven from a flat plane. So once they invoke lines of longitude and latitude, it's game over.
That is correct.
They cannot invoke GPs. Once they invoke GPs, that's it. So once you're using the almanac and you are referring to the GP of this star and that's a plane. It's game over.
Well, that's why they always argue about a triangle. Like they ignore that an angle is two straight lines, and then they'll start arguing about how a triangle doesn't need straight lines.
Well, I'm going to say something, and sorry.
Two straight lines.
I'm going to say something here, and I may not be popular after saying it, but I'm going to say it anyway. I don't really care too much about popularity, as you know. I just like to speak the facts, right? Why are any of us talking about any of this? Why aren't them, which is MC Town and Ruhith, why aren't they proving their globe with this challenge they have? Because that's what I asked them to do, especially MC Town. some time ago, and he disappeared after I asked him that. Why are we even talking about it? Well, if it proves our globe, then prove it. Why are we always on the back foot? Prove our globe with your challenge.
I don't even know why Ruhif is relevant. Why are we even talking about that clown?
Now, they use a language that they don't understand.
I'll tell you why, because
they
it's the
use
first sucker.
They use a circle of equal altitude, for example. They don't know what that means. And an angle, they also don't know what that means.
Did you guys ever find the Ruhif date or solidify that?
I just want to answer that first question. Why? Well, because he's the first sucker to take John up on his "Are you going to really assume a flat plane to argue with me?" challenge, which is what this really is. He's just the first sucker to take up that challenge.
I understand that. Before you answer the question, therefore, or just ask the question, I understand that. But this comes down to, let's just say someone more naive than John got into that debate with Ruhif, and not John. And Ruhif got him past the angles and got him into talking about site reduction tables and all this other malarkey, right? Does that prove the globe? Or are they just trying to character assassinate flat Earth by adding in globe mathematics after flat Earth elevation angle measurements and circles of equal altitude, 2D circles? The point is that if this proves a globe and requires a globe, then prove it, Ruhif. Prove it, MC Toon. Let's see it. Start at step 1 with the marine sextant on the deck of a ship. Start at step 1. Do the index corrections. Go through the whole workings. Every single step. And prove your globe. And there is no way they're going to do it because they have to measure a flat Earth before they can even start adding globe mathematics. And that's why MC Toon disappeared some while ago.
That's copyrighted.
What is?
You stole that from me. I told John to do that to him.
I don't know what's unpopular about that, Brian. Or what could be.
Let's not talk about copyrights in here.
I just said that to John.
Have I lost track of what's being talked about? I don't understand what's going on.
I told John to remember yesterday when you get any of those crayon munchers, doesn't have to be roofie, do that exact thing. Start from the word go in sextant navigation. Okay, you're lost. You're on a boat. What are you going to do? You got a sextant. Go through step by step, right? You get through the first 6 steps, it's over.
But that's what I'm always saying to the ballers on YouTube, and I said it to MC Toon. I always talk about starting at the very start. We start at the very start with the sextant on the deck of a ship. So, okay, I admit, you said it publicly first, and I can't get in the way of that. It's copyrighted. But I've also been saying that, because we think very alike often.
Not wrong.
Prove it.
I heard him talk about it at least 2 weeks ago.
Mine was
I've been talking about it for months.
8.
Sorry, 2 months. It was 2 months ago I heard Brian talking about this.
I was mistaken. Mine was 4 months ago.
Mine was 6, but then
I have an
Owen
answer
stole it
to
out of my
Brian
mind.
of why we discuss this question and why even the anti-flat earthers are engaged in this, is that we've all had an existential crisis. We were trying to understand our existence within the world in which we are, and we can observe creation. And I think that's the fascinating thing to me, is that in all of this there's deeper spiritual truths, and all of the pseudoscience is philosophical wild goose chases trying to understand existence. And even when you guys came up with the term for the dingleberry on the flat plane, if you think of that plane just extending forever and forever, that dingleberry gets so small, and trying to understand, that we are there, they can't comprehend that. And this is my kind of analysis of why this is happening, is because as men on Earth, we are trying to understand our place between heaven and earth. And all of these philosophical inquiries are trying to merge heaven and earth. That's what the dingleberry does. It merges heaven and earth together. But in the reality, God is above and earth, and we as men created in the image of God are below. And so the astronauts, they ascend up into heaven, the star sailors.
What?
And it is deep and crazy stuff, but creation itself is
Well,
demonstrative
dude.
of God, because his invisible attributes are clearly seen in what has been created. Has anybody seen this film that came out in 2012 called Flatland? Flatland, the film. It's exploring this idea of dimensions and our existence within reality. And they're trying it. It's a funny film. Everything's in 2D, and so they're trying to comprehend and touch and feel. And it goes back to Plato with looking at the shadows and trying to understand deeper things. Uh, and eventually, a sphere pops out of the flat land. Or the film actually came out in 2007. It was posted on YouTube in 2012. Flatland, the film. And it's men trying to understand their place in reality, trying to understand our existence. And then there was a sequel to this film
God.
called Sphereland, and then it's the sphere, went away, and so then they had a less meaningful existence because the sphere escaped the 2D realm.
Sounds familiar.
Wait,
What's these? So this is called Flatlands and Globelands or Spherelands.
Yeah, the first film came out in 2007 called Flatland, and then the
Correct.
sequel was Sphereland. But
I'm showing you the DVD right now.
What was it like? Sphereland.
Hold on. Arwen's got the DVD.
Sphereland 2.
Oh, damn it. Hold on, Arwen. Okay. What does it say? What the bleep?
So just to wrap it up, like this is all
What the bleep do we
seeking
know?
deeper things, trying to understand our place, and what I've come to in my personal faith is that Jesus Christ has drawn that bridge between heaven and earth, that the Son of God came down to earth. He atoned for our sins. He showed us the truth. And he promises resurrection to those who believe. And then heaven will descend on the last day. Yeah. And then heaven and earth will be together and will dwell with God. And so exploring these things in this moment, we're understanding deeper spiritual truths about God and learning about Christ. So that's just kind of how I've come to wrap all this together in a more spiritual way. Obviously, it's great to talk about the physics and the lower things of the earth, but we also should set our minds on heavenly things. So I know this isn't a religion channel, but it does tie together because God created everything that is visible, but there is an invisible realm as well.
Well, we are talking about the biggest religion out there, right? The heliocentric, nonsensical model.
Yes, we are.
I think it's kind of funny too that a materialistic religion, as its worldview, would assume that this isn't material reality, that the fourth dimension is. If you want to get into ridiculousness,
I agree with the other guy's sentiment. I can echo it. The bonus of flat Earth is it does lead you to the conclusion of a creator. I mean, irrespective of religions, it draws you to that conclusion with the physics, with the science, yeah, with the natural order, with knowledge, yeah. It draws you to that ultimate conclusion, which does then, I agree with you, force you down further analysis of a much more spiritual, metaphysical route. It doesn't need to ascribe a religion, but to me, it does assign a creator.
Absolutely.
Well, they have a creator too. It's just that their creator is nothing. Which is ridiculous.
They just deny their creator. They still use it. They still use creation. They just don't like to talk about it. They're ashamed of it.
That's gravity.
Also, yeah.
In their narrative, it is.
The big G.
Yeah. I mean, some people say it's gravity, some people say it's God. Well, when we have this sort of conversation, you go, well, gravity is their God, because it's the arbiter of all things in existence. It's the very fabric of the reality that we, I'm going to dare to say it, inhabit. Now, that's a reification fallacy. That's what you're driving at in this conversation, right?
It's effective idolatry.
So would that be their way of respecting their quote unquote God and saying, oh well, we don't know what it is. You know, we could see how it acts on whatever the hell, but we don't know what it is.
But we know it has to
Just
be
like-
there, right? That's the thing.
So belief.
No,
Yeah,
but
so we believe it has to be there.
It's the determination. It must be there, right? It's the determination that really makes it into an idol.
Determination to uphold a story, because their story, without that story, there's no necessity for what they're upholding.
What I like is the contrast in Star Wars with the Force.
Yep.
How so?
Well, because gravity is a force that permeates all things and makes the fabric of our known existence possible. That's what gravity is, right? It's the bending and warping of the fabric of space-time. It is pseudo-Ramonian force space, right? That's what their force, not really a force, but you can think of it as a force, is. Well, in Star Wars, you've got a force that permeates all things, right? Sound familiar?
Well, the air with
Are you
Star
saying?
Wars,
Are you
though,
saying
is
they're
that
actually?
it's
They're not
dualistic.
just
So
telekinetic. They're manipulating gravity.
No,
Because
I'm saying
that just
I'm
blew
saying
my
there's a
mind.
parallel. There's a parallel farcical nature to the force of gravity and the force in Star Wars.
But in Star Wars, there's dualistic. So it's, the dark side and the good side. But in reality, all things hold together in Christ or in God. God holds all things together. But in, this dualistic or Manichaean error, then there's two forces, and even the
Sorry, what era?
mainstream
Sorry, that's a new word on me. Manichaeic? Was that what you said?
Manichaean.
Manichaean?
It's yeah.
What's that?
So it's dualism. So to say, like, there's an equal dark force that's fighting against the good force, but that's not true. God reigns over all, and he is good. He is love. But the
God
problem
is
with
all things.
that
Good
dualism
and
is that it even shows up in this deception about cosmology with heliocentrism, that there's got to be this dark matter and I don't know what's the other dark energy. It can't be observed, it can't be tested or anything, but it exists. Well, it's not shown to exist, but God is clearly shown to exist through his creation. I mean, the fingerprint of God is on everything that we observe.
Funny how they create a narrative of stuff that can't be seen or observed to therefore explain the other thing that can't be seen and observed.
Oh, there's a term for that.
Ridiculous.
What's that? QE, what's that called? That sort of building ad hoc explanations on top of ad hoc explanations. He's not around. There's a term for that. I just can't remember what it is off the top of my head.
Epicycles.
Epicycles is the movement of
Bullshit.
the wandering stars, isn't it?
I think the technical term is bullshit.
It's a web of lies, but QE has a much more eloquent way of putting it. It came up on Ballbusters on Saturday, just gone. I just can't remember the word. It doesn't matter. It's not that important. But yes, absolutely. You come up with one ad hoc. It was in the science explanation. God, it's right on the tip of my tongue. What's that word? Anyway. Yes, building up ad hoc.
It was ad hoc hypothesis, right?
Ad hoc hypothesis. There you go. I knew it had a term.
Yeah, I was paying attention, all this.
There you go. More attention than I was paying, clearly.
Well, it's like assumption on top of assumption on top of assumption, and you're going to deviate from reality if you have no basis or foundation.
It's a mathematical band-aid to prop up a model, a failed model. It's not postulated in the model originally. It's only when the model becomes shown to be within the maths has to be incorrect. Chocolates, Mickey Akachu quote, that it necessitates something else to negate the fact that the model's incorrect. There's just something that we've missed that means if we count this thing that we can't see identify, but if we maths it, if we put it into numbers to fill the void, then it maintains the existing model. First was dark matter and then dark energy, I think, or the other way around. But it is just a band-aid that's born out of somebody looking at the model, doing some math on it and going, well, that don't work. So in most real terms of life, you abandon that model, don't you? But in this case, we can't abandon the model. We just have to make something up to fill the void, to maintain the model.
And like I was saying about the Manichaean error, if that's new to you, look it up. The cosmogony in the 3rd century, it was the same sorts of things, discussions going on, but using more spiritual and scriptural language, that the creation and there's opposition to the true creation, and that's what the dualism does. It sets up this opposite or second creation, and then there's a third creation and all these things and demigods, and it's all to try to undermine the one true God who reigns over all things.
Well said.
Nathan, this isn't the best time for you to go away to try to get a cup of coffee.
Hey, Nathan.
Getting a long call.
Nathan, sir, did he go get coffee?
He's probably on a bathroom break or something.
No coffee for you.
Hey, Neil, just out of curiosity, when you brought up, Neil, when you brought up that you something about painting houses was murder, a guy that works on floors, does he bury bodies?
Nah, I was doing it far from the Irishman. I heard you paint houses.
Right. So if you walk up to somebody and say, I hear you do floors, they're like burying dead bodies, right?
No, that wasn't the terminology they used. The term I heard you paint houses means you did hits with a mall.
Is Neil moaning that he's not being hard done by or something? What's going on?
When he said that about painting houses was, murdering for the mob, I said, well, if someone does floors, is that them burying bodies for the mob?
That's going to the mattresses, isn't it?
No, that's if you're going to a war with another family. Then you go to the mattresses.
Sorry, why are we into... Why are we discussing this?
It was an extended moment of silence.
Okay.
There was an extended
Nathan,
moment of silence.
Finally, Nathan, go to Ballbusters. Somebody posted globe Earth proof. Finally. Can you hit that GIF right there? It's in Ballbusters.
Stats graph GIF.
Yeah.
Okay. What is it? What is it?
Where is it?
No, I've got it up on screen. I'm asking what it is.
It's globe Earth GIF. It's globe Earth proof.
Load of graphs.
Yeah.
Is that what I see?
You get it?
I do now. After it took me a while.
A little slow on the uptake this morning.
It reminds me of how they present album sales versus time. They're like, look how much better Michael Jackson's done versus the Beatles when compared with time, and then you see the graphs climbing up like this top one.
Yeah.
But I looked at the language, I'm like, what the hell? Very good. Yeah, that's about as good as the globe proof gets.
Yeah, it tickled me earlier. Somebody posted it in chat. So
You got a live show today?
I do, but I usually don't talk about those in your after shows because they're recorded and it's going to happen before this one goes out. So I usually keep that to myself.
Fair enough. Well, I'll tune in though. I'll try and tune in.
Well, thank you for your presence
tonight.
You going to be on, Adam?
What?
No,
you're gonna be
because
you're gonna be there?
It's my mother-in-law's birthday. I might be back later, but we're off for tea in 45 minutes, so maybe back, but maybe not. That's why I wanted to. Well, if I can call you two guys later on, if that's all right.
Have you got? Can you show us now?
I can if you wish.
Oh yes, please. Can I get a cup of coffee
I
first?
can't.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
I can't see it, by the way. Sorry.
Just join the
Sorry
G
for
plus
rumpusing
panel.
you.
Just join the G plus panel, QE.
Mm.
Well, I'm going to go and get
All
a
right.
cup of coffee anyway, so it's going to take me about 5 minutes to go and get a cup of coffee.
I got to go get a haircut.
Okay. Well, before I'm going to go and turn the coffee machine. I'll be back in 5 seconds.
5 seconds. It was 5 minutes just a second ago. You gonna time warp yourself? All right. Let me get out of here.
Just to put the machine on.
Okay. Machine is on.
All right. Where's your link?
It's in Master B. Do you need it?
I
in
see
bold?
it. All right. I'll see you in a minute.
You got it?
Oh, he's gone.
Yeah, he'll be rejoining. So you guys in Discord, unfortunately, won't get to see what Adam's showing. Talk amongst yourselves.
It's coming. It's coming.
What
I
is
know
Adam
Christmas is
showing?
Well, like
but
I say, take your time, Adam. I'm hoping everyone else will talk amongst themselves while you're digging this out.
Okay, I got something. What time did you show today?
Usual time.
There you go. I can zoom in if needs be in a minute, but that's what I've spoke to the printer. So it should be ready. I can send him the final proof tonight. And he should have it ready for Friday for us. Nathan's making coffee. So there you go, guys. Some of you should be on there.
That's nice.
I've got 2 more to put on in terms of logos. So I've got Brian's to get in, and I've also got Betty's to get in.
Well, wait a
so
second. Wait a second. You gonna let me in?
Oh, he's gone to make coffee. So I bet you just hang it. So that's where we're up to. And I just need to check with Eli about if he's happy with that logo, because we did one for him, but he's never used it. But I haven't got a logo for Eli otherwise. So that's what we're looking at. So that should be ready once I've finished it tonight. Put the extra bits in. And I'll get Betty in, don't worry. And there's been a slight jiggling of the words. Nathan tweaked some of the words so they read a bit better than newbies. I'll zoom in.
Oh, you're just going to talk about the flat Earth debate thing. Okay, yeah, I don't need to go in for that. I'm good. I've seen it.
Yeah, like I said, I'll get it in. Don't worry.
Okay.
Oh, you're starting without me. I haven't presented you. Oh.
You're all right. No worries.
You just get in there. Okay. I'll be back.
Why is everybody checking out?
Why is what?
Everybody's leaving.
You got things to do, man.
It's just a chill July day, bro. Just enjoy the summer.
Okay. I'll be right back.
Enjoy the summer. It's more like enjoy the blast furnace. Tell you that much.
Since there's a moment here.
Your region, your choice.
I'm sorry. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did they ever get a date for the McToons and debate? Date and time?
McToon, MC Bugger Eater.
Yeah.
Big booger eater. He's not an MC.
There is no debate.
I know the no debate.
I don't think John updated us yet. I'm sure that'll be coming.
All right, cool. Thank you.
The reason yours not on, Brian, look, is the one you've given me is just too crap to print. So I've got to do a load of work on yours still with the decent
Just
size
put a
images.
potato on there.
Hey, Brian. Do you want to see the joke one I did for Brian?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah. Brian. That's why I prefaced it with Brian and your logo was on screen, dude.
Oh, I've been off the call. I was talking to my friend. He was here. Sorry.
You won't see that one, John, but that's the one I did just so Brian had punched me. But yeah, yours, Brian, I've got to get this logo more coloured because it's just the pixel quality of yours is just so low. Because this is going to be this is going to be 2 meters tall and 1 meter wide. For the UK, for the UK tour. So I've got a bit of work to do with yours, and I've got to put Betty's on as well. Look, we've got to get this one in, which is easy. That's decent quality.
Right, I'm back. Got a coffee.
Excellent.
We got Brian's to put in, look, and QE's reminded me I hadn't put Betty in. Irrespective of it, apparently she's got to go in. I'll leave it.
In Ballbusters, I put Brian's in.
Is yours better quality, John? Brilliant, thanks. Oh, you son. There you go.
Yeah,
There's
that's
the
really
one
good.
I did for you. You can update the website now.
Yes, that's the one.
Hey, yesterday, right?
Embrace your heritage, Brian.
Meets my brief beautifully.
You happy with that, Nathan?
Yesterday, I'm trying to say something. For fuck's sake.
So rude.
Now, yesterday after Nathan's show, right, I go walking out into the living room, and my wife's doing something, and she says, you know, rather flippantly, "How's your numpties doing?" I died, man. I was through.
So what did the doctor say?
What did the doctor say? What?
Yeah, the numpty's benign or what?
I didn't give her an answer. It just caught me off guard.
You'll have her all worried. She'll think you've got cancerous numpties.
Oh, you got caught by womanly sarcasm, John. Oh.
I
Means
wanted
it's the
to
most
share that
frequent
with you.
word she hears you saying.
Yeah, I guess she's heard it over and over and over again from here in the bedroom, right? And she's out there, and I say numpty. It's kind of, you know, my call sign for the Globetard Goobers. So she's heard it over and over and over again, just finally.
You got numpties originally. You got that from me, though, right?
I don't know who that got that from.
Me.
It's one of you guys.
I only know it's from me because I got it from my sister, and it was just such an uncommon thing. I was like, numpties. It's so offensive yet cuddly. I was like, I love that.
Yes. I love it too.
Hey, Nathan, I've got a bone to pick with you.
Okay.
And Brian, whilst he's here. Are you still there, Brian?
Yeah, I thought you'd ask. Go on.
So somebody came in yesterday and was talking about the Professor Phil Bell and the pumice stone. And Nathan said, I think it's a cheap trick, really. It isn't a cheap trick because he asked what the density, what the weight of the, he said, what was the mass weight? And I said 10 kilograms. Because he thinks it's only to do with mass and kilograms and the acceleration due to gravity, he doesn't consider the medium, he doesn't consider the density. And that was the error in his ways. So like the caller said, or whoever the guy was, he said, you still need to know the density of the stone and the density of the medium to know what he's going to do. And he's absolutely right. So it's not a cheap trick. It exposes Phil Bell for not understanding that it's not to do with mass. It is to do with mass times volume, or mass over volume. And it is to do with the medium it's in question. So it's not a cheap trick. It exposes the limitation of their maths.
I agree completely. And that was broken down for me by Brian and I was about to call you Paul.
Because I'm Southern. You against Southerners. I don't get it.
My bad. No, that was broken down. It was in the after show, so you won't have heard it. But tomorrow's show on the Nathan Oakley channel, the second channel, you'll hear me conceding it and admitting to you being ace and all the other things you'd want along with it, Anthony. Blah, blah, blah.
I just wanted to echo it because not so much to have a go at you, although it's always worthy to have a go at Nathan.
I was wrong. In the live show, you heard me saying it was a cheap trick. And in the after show, you heard me you will hear me conceding that, no, actually beautifully done.
Yeah, because he asked about the kilograms, the mass, it demonstrates the shortcomings in their mathematical model, doesn't it? And that's why it's worth mentioning it, so that I can say that again, because the more people that hear that, the more people realise that it's not a cheap trick.
Okay. My point on it was that it's Phil. He's not the worst of them. So,
say that again.
So I said it's Phil. He's not the worst of them. I kind of, I felt you were punching below your weight a little bit, but when you've explained it out, and John was explaining out yesterday that he feels Phil should have known that, and someone else said, I don't know who was it. Someone else said that the process that Phil went through was wrong. Okay, I have to concede. Maybe I was wrong to say what I did.
Yeah, I only wanted to have a go at Brian because he said something like, I like Anthony, but I thought it was whatever it was that he said, and I thought, right then, you're on the hit list.
Yeah, I knew it would be. Because my point is that Phil is kind of cuddly, isn't he?
No, he's a complete liar. A complete liar.
Yeah, but he's a cuddly liar. He's not. You know what I mean? It's Phil. He's not the worst of them. I mean, there's worse out there than Phil. Sorry?
Can I be a complete lackey for a minute? I just want to be a complete lackey for a minute and say, Anthony, I protected your name the whole time.
Yeah,
he did. That's
you
true.
don't need to
But I also conceded, Anthony, that I mainly repositioned it knowing full well that you'd done a blinding job just to trigger you, and it was intentionally done. I also concede to that, and it worked beautifully. I just want to point that out.
It's fine. It's fine. Whilst Nathan's got Danny Faulkner on, let me give you a quick story. This is the mother of all fallacies being applied.
Here we go. Is this going to be... If you juxtapose me with Jem Panda in this, right, I'm going to get fuming mad.
No, I'm not. This is the mother of all fallacies being applied by Dr. Danny Faulkner because he just doesn't like my criticism of his book. And we all know that he's written a book refuting the claims of the flat Earth. And in it, he's got a whole section dedicated to gravity. And in the gravity part, he doesn't even mention Einstein. I don't know how you can refute the claims of the flat Earth by not mentioning the current position in science, but that's what he's done. So he came to me the other day and we started having a back and forth, and I pinned him on this. I tried to get him to address why did he not address the current position in science. And this is the mother of all fallacies being applied. He said, Anthony, you're lying about what I did in my book. I said, really? I said, how so? And he said, it wasn't a whole chapter dedicated to gravity. It was a subheading within a chapter. I said, so what? I said, you put 10 pages to it. And he said, no. He said, admit that you were wrong and by describing it as a chapter. And I was like, dude, it doesn't matter whether it's a chapter, a heading, or a subheading. I said, you put 10 pages to it in your book. And the way it presents on my Kindle when I read it, it's not presented as though it is in the book. It just rolls on and on and on. And technically speaking, he's right. It's not a chapter dedicated to gravity, but it is 10 pages dedicated to gravity in the chapter of physics and the flat Earth. So technically he is right. But he said, well, you're being dishonest by calling it a chapter when it's really a paragraph or a subheading. And I was like, what difference does it make? And where's the dishonesty? I said, forget that. You are literally trying to distract
Let me get it right.
from
He's
my
claiming dishonesty based on the paragraph spacings and such like. Let me get it straight. Yeah. I've called him out on claiming that an effect that is illusionary by nature will have some degree of influence on prevailing winds. Yet he's telling you off for claiming that he's written a whole section on it when it's only a paragraph. What the hell?
Yeah, it's outrageous. I'm going to screenshot.
Yeah, he's a retard.
He is retard.
He's an official. Hold on. He's a proper retard, this Danny Faulkner. I mean, you're a belly laugher, sir. You argue like a damn school child. And you're a PhD in astronomy? My word. What a... You're a laughing stock, Mr. Magoo. Mr. Magoo, are you? Goodness gracious, people.
Also, he hangs around with atheists.
Yeah, can you see the
Somebody
screen?
Go get that dumbass. So call him. Call his office.
So he says, once again, you claim that I have a chapter on gravity in my book. Once again, I point out to you that there is no such chapter in my book. And I'm like, what are you talking about? If you don't believe, check yourself. And then he starts talking about Coriolis. And I said, I have your book, Danny. You do not mention Einstein in your chapter on gravity. He said, there is no such chapter in my book. Look at the title of the chapter in question. And I said, we started talking about this and whatever. I said, you do have a chapter on gravity in your book. I have your book, but I'm thinking that he's not pushing this point. So I'm more interested in talking about how he doesn't understand Newton's first law.
Yeah, the main discussion point. He's majoring on the minors.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Anyway, so I said, you are again arguing for the conservation of stationary momentum, Danny. And because he's accused me of distracting, I said, no, here we go. Where is it? I said, the book is on my tablet. I'm currently on my phone. Are you prepared to wait 2 minutes for me to put some charge in it? And he said, yes, I'm patient. I said, it needs to be on 3%. So anyway, plugs it in, shows him that it's plugging in. Now it's firing up. Now you can see this is the section that I'm calling gravity, right? The chapter that I'm calling gravity, and it spans 10 pages, right? So he says, again, I did mention Einstein in my book. It's just in a different chapter. If you don't believe me, check the index to find the page where I mention Einstein.
Right, stop. Just in a different chapter. So we're already establishing that we're talking about chapters then. Okay.
Yeah. And I said, your chapter starts on page 169 of 378 of my copy. This whole chapter applies to Newton's second law, but blah, blah, blah. This goes on. No, the chapter does not start on that page. Check the table of contents. It lists the chapters and gives the pages that the chapters begin on. What you have there is a heading within a chapter. A chapter and a heading are not the same thing. Please tell me you already knew that. I said, so this heading spans, let me count pages, 10 pages, 169 to 179. I don't care if you call it a heading or if I call it a chapter. The next, what? I don't know what that was meant to say. The next something is a pendulum.
Yeah, sorry. No, Anthony, just concede it, man. I know you've already done this and you're talking about after the fact. Oh, I'm so sorry, Danny. I'll try to be more careful in terms of my vernacular and speech and the words and the meanings. My bad. And then rip him a new asshole on some double-speak nonsense. Because all he's going to do is major on this minor indefinitely for the rest of this conversation. Am I right?
Kind of, but look, he does answer it. He says, I chose not to discuss Einstein there. It's that simple. 10 pages. You expect me in 10 pages to have an exhaustive and complete discussion of gravity. And then he goes on. And I said, you cannot pick and choose the science that you refute the claims of the flat earth with, though. You are not bigger than Einstein to dismiss him. He's the current position. You also left out quantum field theory, and this missing context is literally lying by omission. You are leading anybody foolish enough to pay for your material to think that there is a singular position, a partisan position in science. In reality, Newton's not been the current position for 100 plus years. Einstein replaced him, and some argue that quantum field theory replaced Einstein. I don't care who is more right than the other when it comes to Einstein or quantum field theory, but to leave out the opposing two positions is dishonest and wrong. And if you really were a man of God, you would not leave that book on the shelf, as it is not refuting anything. It's just lying. I want you to accept the importance of leaving out Einstein and QFT that misleads people into thinking that Newtonian is a singularity that it is simply not. Can you be honest and admit that is misleading? And now that is a valid criticism, right? And now look at his retort. Can you be honest and admit that you were wrong in claiming that I had a chapter on gravity in my book?
I called it! I called
it! I said, you are being dishonest by distracting away from my valid criticism. I'll admit anything you want right now. I just want you to address the above post. So you do admit you were wrong to claim that I have a chapter on the book on gravity in my book. And I said, no, I don't admit that. You have 10 pages assigned to a subheading.
You should have admitted it.
Fallacy.
Should have just eaten that on the spot about 13 points ago. But there we go. That's just
I know, but if I do that, right, he's just going to then not even address the point that I've made. He doesn't want to concede it. So I was literally I thought, should I admit it and concede, or should I like point out the fallacy and show that he's a coward? So I thought I'll show that he's a coward by pointing out the fallacy, which I did.
A good use of majoring on the minors is to pick a point that you're correct on. That just isn't the main discussion point, so that you will want to argue about the minor point that he's making. So you've bitten on it. I'm not saying he's got the better of you. He hasn't. In fact, he's exposed his inability to address any of your points and projected that straight onto you. I love it. It's fairly typical behaviour, in fact. And you're going to want to point it out. It doesn't matter. He's pointed it out. He's wrong. Whether or not I'd have had the humility on the spot to bite it or not, I don't know. I'm just, being hyperly critical. But I did call it, right? That's what he managed to focus on when you actually got down to the brass tacks. You're like, he's gone, too many words to read. Yeah, you called it a paragraph. when it was really a chapter, or whatever.
Well, bear in
A
mind.
point of order, Your Honor. After you guys are done, I have a point of order. Go ahead, Anthony.
Bear in mind that like a lie requires two things. It needs a false statement of fact with the intention to deceive. Well, okay, I got technically it's not a chapter, it is a subheading within the chapter. But where's the deception with that though? Like misidentifying the name of it? Like really? Where's the deception? And it's still 10 fucking pages in a big paragraph that is like, to me it's like a sub chapter of the chapter rather than, because it's too big for it to be a paragraph.
Oh, it's being in response to a question in relation to the nature of reality. He's being a grammar Nazi.
Yeah, well, yeah, but my point is like, where's the dishonesty with it? Even if I am wrong,
there isn't any.
I mean,
there's no intention to deceive by telling people that it's a chapter, when in fact it's a chapter on something other than gravity, and there's just a huge chunk of that chapter by a different name dedicated to gravity. Who cares? Who cares?
Exactly. But here's the thing, though, right? He says he says what I've done is willful dishonesty. Yet I have the goal to say that he's dishonest. Well, let's just assume that I was willfully dishonest.
Stop a second.
Right?
Stop. Just gotta get my bearings. He's claiming willful dishonesty about naming of paragraphs versus sections.
Yeah. It is the mother of all applied fallacies, and I think that it's a really good way of showing how they will not. At the end of the day, right? I don't mind admitting that, but I didn't want him to focus on the admission that I made, which was minor, which I felt that's what he was going to do. I wanted him to admit that he was wrong to leave out Einstein and say that Einstein was claimed to be wrong by quantum field theory, and that's the necessary context to show that Newtonian.
That's my point of order, Your Honor.
Go on, John. Make your point of order.
My point of order. Number one, quantum field theory has nothing whatsoever to do with gravity. Number two, you're not going to be getting rid of Einstein with quantum field theory, because quantum field theory is a shotgun marriage between quantum mechanics and special relativity. That's my point of order.
I was hoping.
I have a secondary point.
I was hoping it would spark a conversation in that direction, but it didn't do that. He was quite happy to focus on the minor. So point of order accepted. But
yeah,
Danny,
I love that contrast. Sorry, John, you will get a chance in a second. The contrast being, John's like, hang on a second, there's very specific things talking about quantum here. No, let's correct that. Meanwhile, the level of this PhD, John, yeah, you've overshot the mark quite considerably. You know, we're talking about paragraphs versus sections. You know, we're talking about much more critical things here. And believe me, if you get this wrong, you will be labelled dishonest from a man who doesn't understand that illusions can't change winds.
Wait,
go ahead, John. John.
Can
John on
you
the panel.
real quick on the quantum mechanics and special relativity?
Sorry, did I hear you correct? Can I just say something quickly on general relativity and quantum mechanics? Yeah, that doesn't sound quick. Yeah, go ahead, John.
Yeah, I was going to say, by going to the fallacy, that's a tacit admission that he did not mention Einstein and that he was wrong.
Yeah, he's not going to accept that was a tacit admission, is he? He's going to claim that I was wrong and I was lying, therefore he doesn't have to deal with it. And I'm like, I knew you were going to do that. I knew, but at least I got the answer. Like, at least I wanted the answer. I got the answer I wanted from him, which he said was, I didn't feel that I needed to in that point, and I did it elsewhere. I was like, oh, really? So you can just pick and choose the science that you want, right?
Yeah.
Well, if he never addressed the topic and went straight to the grammar or the format, then silence is a type of acceptance. It's tacit acceptance. So if he never addressed it, then he's agreeing.
How happy do you think that made him? Oh my God, Anthony called this a paragraph and it's not. I've got him. Like that's what they got to hold on to nowadays. Like it's pathetic from a PhD. Get the fuck out of here.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, your objection's warranted. You're talking about a debate with a PhD, and he's calling you dishonest based on your identification of the labelling of a subset of words in a book. rather than the context of the book and the descriptions held within. It's absolutely ludicrous.
The quantum mechanics and the relativity. Can you elaborate on that?
I already did. I told you the quantum field theory is a shotgun marriage between quantum mechanics and special relativity. What else you need to know?
Right. Can you a little bit?
It's all theoretical bullshit. So
Okay.
quantum field theory is not quantum mechanics. There's my elaboration. You
Fair
can't,
enough. I understand
because Einstein and quantum mechanics are mutually exclusive. They're contradictory in every sense. Yeah, that's it. And I got to go get a haircut.
Right. With that, I'm going to say another huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams. Hope you're smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, hitting the PayPal and thanks button, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!